All right. With that in mind, I think we are ready to begin. So, without further ado, welcome everyone to the Fastest Furs community showcase for this week. We have Demerine on Demerine 2 running Odin Sphere. Gosh, you put all this pressure on me. Odin Sphere, Leifthrasir.
Oh, you crushed it. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, is that actually right?
Perfect. Couldn't have done any better.
Okay. You made me so nervous the entire time backstage. Okay.
You were the one who said that you didn't want help for pronouncing.
Yeah, I don't want help apparently because yes, that's how it works. Anyways, do you want to introduce yourself and introduce your commentators?
Hi, I am the aforementioned Demerine. I am the runner of this game, and I will be doing... I won't officially be doing all books, because that would require that I'd go 6 hours without a break, but we're going to do 5 speed runs in a row, followed by a showcase of the additional battles at the end of the game. I, of course, am joined by 2 commentators at the moment. If you'd like to introduce yourselves, that'd be fantastic.
Hello, I'm Silverfire. While I'm a fan of this game, I haven't actually speedrun it myself. I've just merely commentated many of Demi's runs. I know it pretty well at this point, though.
I'm Leggy Starscream. I've never actually played this game, but Demi's really cute, and I just wanted to be here to remind her of that.
Wow.
Don't worry, she's gonna need it for the 6 hours.
The hope
She
is it won't take
mentioned
the
6 hours long.
6
Not
hours.
just that it was a 6-hour run. 6 hours with effectively no input break.
We're gonna fly. It's gonna be great.
All right.
So, yeah.
Cool.
Is there anything you want to just mention really quick before we get into anything to look out for during this run?
Yo,
like anything?
I do got to get a little bit of the politics out of the way right now, actually. Odin Sphere, Leifthrasir is a game based upon Norse mythology. We'll call it a bastardization of Norse mythology to use the term, but it is based on Norse mythology. Norse mythology has been used by white supremacists for quite some time now. If you are a white supremacist, I would politely ask you to go the hell away. We don't
think
need
we
you
can
here.
politely ask that. I think we can. I think our moderator team will pretty politely kick them out and ban them at that point. So don't worry.
So yeah, just to get that out of the way, Black Lives Matter. This game rules. Norse mythology is a beautiful mythology that has a bad rep because of some bad people. And of course, I did want to bring that up before we started, but yeah, now we're good.
Yeah, we are all good people here, at least.
Cool.
And I'm pretty sure the developers of this game didn't feel that way, hopefully.
I mean, it was Vanillaware, Japanese team, led by George Kamatani, so, you know, they're all right, I guess.
Anyhow, I am still looking very much forward to this. So whenever you're ready, I'm good with the countdown. I'm ready on time. So.
All right, we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
That didn't start the timer. Can we?
Do you want to? I can start over. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't know what the. That is on my end, everyone. I'm sorry.
All right, we're starting over. Cool.
F9. F9. Who put split on F9?
You're gonna see a little bit behind the curtain here for a sec. It's fine. I play video game golf. It's fine. Video game golf is good, I guess. Better than real life golf. Doesn't destroy any trees or anything. Cool. Let's reload this.
I've never had anyone put it on. I'm sorry. I'm just sort of taken aback by F9 being split. I've never had anyone do that. I am actually ready now. I'm so sorry about that.
Nothing has ever gone wrong in a speedrun marathon setting before, or
never.
a showcase. Never happens. Nothing bad ever happens. All right, let's try that again. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
There we go. Woo! Finally.
Cool. We got a tutorial. Cool, but the very first thing you'll kind of notice is that there are some moves that we're going to learn about in a moment. There's just attacking and moving. One of the moves that we're going to learn about is a dodge roll, which is connected to my 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 R1 button. But it is very important because I can cancel it by jumping, which will make me throw myself through the air, and that's really important for a lot of things.
It's one of our primary forms of movement. On pretty much every character.
Yep. And I'm actually going through these motions right now. You'll see me actually doing attacks as I need to do them, because I am trying to get through the tutorial as fast as possible and skip one spawn at the end there, which I actually did. And so we're trying to skip one enemy spawn during that because it makes the tutorial faster.
Yeah, basically the tutorial is like, hey, you can do this kind of move, and if you do that move like right as it tells you, then it's like good job, you did the tutorial.
Yeah.
And if we do that fast enough, fewer enemies spawn.
Yeah, there's a way to skip up to
That's
3 of them, but it's real hard to get the full 3.
Where do you get one?
Almost a sub-minute there. Not bad. Yeah, there's a pause buffer that you can do to skip a second one, but it's really hard to pull off and loses time if you don't get it. And there's a way to skip a third enemy in the middle as well, but the timing is super tight, and I miss it most of the time. We're gonna learn about making fruits, basically, how to plant seeds. We will do this exactly once during the entirety of the run, and it's not on this character either. But it explains that these energy bits that I'm getting are, you know, the souls of my enemies, but they can also be used to make plants.
Plants need souls too, you know. Or something.
Look, souls make good fertilizer.
They really do.
We eat a berry, it'll give us level 2. Eating food is how we will be getting most of our levels during these runs, so you'll see me sort of routing in, getting my hands on a whole lot of food during the runs. And we're going to select easy for our difficulty, so now this file is on easy, and we'll stay on easy the entire time. Cool. Tell everybody about Gwendolyn. What do we know about this character?
What do we know about Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn is one of the Valkyries. She's the younger sister of the renowned general. I forget her older sister's name.
It's Griselda.
Griselda, unfortunately, got killed in this war with the fairies, and right now Gwendolyn's trying to rise up to the gap left by that, I guess.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
She's the lack of attention that her father gives her compared to her sister is tied into all this.
Cool. We're not going to grab the healing tonic. We don't need healing for the most part during this run, so we're going to eat the berry we got there and the second berry we had before for a level 3, and we're going to move on with our lives. We can absorb phosons from butterflies. We will do that once during the speed run and only once. Not even on this character, again.
Yeah, it's interesting how there's all of these different little mechanics that the game provides you that the speedrunner are just okay, here's this one situational case where we actually want to use it.
Yeah, this game is very good for that.
And they don't have these lovingly crafted animations that it kind of
Yeah, we hate it. We try to skip them all. But yeah, you'll see me throwing myself through the screens early on, especially. 4 of the 5 characters get abilities that increase their movement speed in some way, so I didn't do the right thing there, it's fine. It doesn't save any time. But now we're going to learn about Cypher skills. We're just going to learn about the magic spells that we get during the game. They spend either one of 2 resources. You'll see there's a green power gauge at the top, or there's that 15 of 15, which is Phoson power, basically MP. You get 1 back every time you absorb a Phoson. But this is sort of the new system that was built. Keeping in mind, Odin Sphere is originally a game from 2009 for the PS2, and the systems for it were super clunky. They redid all of the systems for this version of the game. But the idea is that we're going to get our first ability, which is Ice Shot, and it's going to teach us how to use it. Which I know how to use it, of course. I've played this game for, 500-ish hours now? But you use L1 to pop open your menu. We're going to set the shortcut, and I put Ice Shot on... I very specifically put Ice Shot on down circle. I don't put anything on neutral circle because I fire them off at random, basically, and I'll test it and make sure. And that's that. We'll get those 10 points back, so it's fine. But Ice Shot is used for freezing enemies and dealing a good amount of damage. Like, I'm going to fire one off right away on this mini-boss. And if one of you could explain potion bottles, that'd be great.
There's how many different kinds of potions?
26. One for every letter of the alphabet.
She didn't realize that it was exactly 26. But anyway, a lot of them are offensive potions. There's a whole alchemy system that we actually do use moderately extensively in the speedrun, because it doesn't take as much time as other things, and the power that you can get from some of these offensive potions is very considerable.
Yeah, and some of the offensive potions are just like big bursts of damage, like the Cyclone potion that Demi just threw. The Volcano is also, just another massive AoE attack. But other potions to keep in mind are O for Overload, which does, just radically increases the amount of damage all your attacks do, as well as Fire Spirits, which is kind of trying to find the best way to describe it. It's one of those where it has things float around you that damage enemies on contact.
Yeah, those both get a ton of usage when near the end of the game where I need the scaling, because guess what I don't get in this, which is enough levels to be on level.
I was going to say earlier that easy is a little bit of a misnomer here, because we're so under-leveled that it still gets more than a little bit challenging, and especially challenging to do things fast and keep all the fights crisp and constantly dealing damage to make it a good speedrun, and a fast speedrun.
But look at how clean and just really sweet this combo looks on this boss. There's a lot you can do with this combat system to really just take out enemies and stun lock them, provided they don't burst out, which a lot of later bosses will have the ability to do.
On easy in particular, it's a lot easier to keep your resources high on easy compared to normal. There's a lot less grinding. Easy is just a lot more playable as a speedrun to me personally. But the idea is that things like power regeneration are faster, enemy health is lower, their stun thresholds are lower, so it lets you do some really specific tricks that make the game absolutely fly by. Here's chapter 2. We got Needle Strike, which I will be showing off extensively throughout the entire run, so everybody gets a move pretty early on in their routes that are super important to the run working, and we got our ability for Gwendolyn during the interstitial there between chapters 1 and 2. More tutorials, by the way. We're gonna learn about alchemy now. Needless to say, what it's saying is you put stuff in bottles. Wow, that really sucked, actually. You put stuff in bottles and you make potions. So we're gonna make healing potions because the game requires us to do it. Do I want to? No. Do I have to? Yeah.
It's pretty much never a bad thing that you, a bad result from putting things in the bottle, other than, I just made a potion that I didn't really want.
Yep.
But you can see what's gonna get made, so it's fine.
Yep.
Just don't
Potions also have levels. You'll see that they have a number from 1 to 9. That's the level of the potion. We're going to buy Needle Strike to forward circle. It's a series of high damage forward strikes that give you armor state. You can't be interrupted. You still take damage, but you cannot be interrupted from throwing Needle Strike out. It also doesn't break your chain, which will matter in a minute or two. More tutorials is going to teach us that you can mix, you don't just need materials, you can mix into potions, which is kind of a useful way to get a lot of different potions throughout the game. Our primary method of getting fire spirits is mixing a potion with a blaze potion in particular, with a particular vegetable to get fire spirits out of it, which is super important. So That comes around later in each chapter, though, or in each character's run.
Yeah, of course, when you add more ingredients to a potion, not only does it change it, but it also basically levels the potion up. If you throw enough ingredients and whatnot into it.
Actually, in particular, levels up potions quite a bit. That said, we also often want food for the XP, because food gives a lot of XP in this game. And it's kind of our one way of, like, not falling so far behind the level curve that we can't cope.
Yeah. That explains that there's Rose Miles, which if you throw a seed next to them, they'll give you a bunch of Phozons. We don't care. We never do that during the run. That's a waste of time. But yeah, food is a thing. Like, I have a list of notes here, like a 1 page of notes that is literally just my food notes. This is what I have to do for food during the runs. I sometimes will deviate from that for speed running, or for marathon running. But this is putting food into a potion. Mix in bulk also lets us put multiple things in at one time. I think it's up to a total of 10 you can do at a time, but you see that now is a number 2 tag on it, means it's level 2. That heals for twice as much, heals for 200 instead of 100. You get a volcano potion, nobody likes you. This is Mandurgra, so we've got to deal with some sentient plants now.
We're going to see a lot of that Needle Strike that we were talking about. Basically, it's our primary power spender. So for that quickly regenerating POW gauge, that's how we spend it.
Just don't want to get hit there. The big thing is you're going to see me trying to keep myself at a certain height above the ground when I hit Needle Strike. Because you'll see that my normal swing combo is a 4-swing chain, right? 1, 2, 3, a big 4th swing that causes you to delay a little bit. Obviously, I don't like delaying. I like to get as many swings in as I can before I delay, but if I'm in the air and I touch the ground during my swing combination, it'll reset my swings. So I can get up to 3 swings in the air, touch the ground, and then swing a 4th time.
Actually, well, and then it'll basically be like 1, 2, 3, touch the ground, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so you get to have a 7-hit combo for noticeably quicker fights. Yep. There's actually a handful of enemies that, like, it's really important to get for that ground canceling, right?
Yep.
Because they'll die in a 7-hit combo, but they won't die, like, if you do a 4-hit combo and then, like, start another combo, it's like a lot less efficient for killing those mid-sized enemies.
That would have been a lot faster if I didn't get grabbed.
Another thing, these battlefields are kind of all circles. Any battle that you have to fight through, and then they'll have exits that are in a certain spot of the circle. You'll notice that she'll pre-position herself next to the exit, but not right on top of it, so that the treasure spawns on top of the exit. It spawns slightly in front of you. So
it always spawns to your right, in fact.
Oh, okay, sorry, just to your right. So you stand a little bit to the left of your exit, treasure spawns on top of the exit, you grab the box and go. And this can save like a couple seconds per room, which adds up quite a bit to set up your exits properly.
So you'll see me firing off the ice shot after a delay. I delay about a second when Velvet hits the ground, Velvet being one of the other playable characters, but I delay it so that she, because what happens is enemies, when they hit the ground, they don't drop their stun threshold for a moment, and one set of ice shots will forcibly juggle the enemy here. So basically what I do is I let her get up, I wait until the stun threshold resets, and then fire off the next ice shot. Oh, I whiffed that trying to grab the toxin, trying to be cool and do 2 things at once.
Imagine being cool. Imagine nailing a swag strat. Couldn't be me.
Yeah. Sometimes we try for swag. It's not a good idea. I try for consistency usually, but that'll get us level 6.
That toxin will be useful on a later boss, most likely.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna throw it fairly soon. In fact, probably. Not sure where, but it will get thrown. Toxin applies the poison status, which deals a small percentage of their damage. More importantly, this is where we get the ability Assault High, and we learn about abilities. Assault High increases the damage based upon how long your chain is on them. It is like the most important ability in the game. Fast Glide, well, when we hold X in the air with Gwendolyn, we can go into a glide, and normally that's not as fast as just jump flinging myself through the air. That is not the case anymore. It is now faster to glide through screens if it's at least one screen of distance away. And we take Counter Guard, which is if we block by holding square, we'll deal additional damage with our next swing. It's really bad, but we're actually taking it for the abilities behind it, which are both really good. Because it is a tree, and you cannot get the ones behind without taking the ones in front, sadly. Otherwise, I would take the best skill in the game right off the bat.
Yeah, and of course, one of the things about the active abilities is that you can also spend more points on them to level them up and make them a little stronger.
Yep. We'll be throwing all our points at Needle Strike in this run.
Yeah, when Needle Strike, when you max out level 5, its cost reduces in addition to its damage going up, which, with how much we're using it, yeah, we'll take that. That sounds real good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big leveling issue is that Assault High is really good in the mid game in particular, but it takes a lot of points to get to the final upgrade of the abilities that we want the final upgrades on. So there is that. So there's that kind of that tension for most of the characters. The 5% cost reduction is really good because it's normally 35%, which means you can use it twice, and then if you regenerate a little bit, you can use it a third time. It gets reduced to 30, which lets you absolutely use it 3 times without having to think about it. And if there's anybody knows me, they know I love to not think. Ow. That's fine. Those enemies, if you block, they also die. Because they attack you by applying a status effect when they make contact with you. So it's fine if I block like that, they'll just die. Cool. Syl, you want to tell them about the coolest tutorial in the game?
Referring to Mari?
I am referring to Mori. He's adorable. He is Mori the Traveling Chef, and we love him. And we will never see him again.
Yep. Look at him.
Look at him.
Look at that kitchen. It's a beautiful kitchen.
He has the ability to bring a beautiful kitchen through space-time.
All you have to do is ring a bell.
Yep.
Gosh, I wish I was half this good.
For casual playthroughs, he has a lot of different food options that you can obtain by getting certain scrolls as box items or from specific screens. Like that chest, for example, has a recipe in it, which means we're not opening it because it causes the recipe animation, and we don't want that. That's slow. But yeah, we'll never see Mori again, so that's unfortunate, but, you know.
Wins all Mari recipes %.
Okay, but for real though.
But for real though. So you'll kind of see that I'm taking advantage of that 3-swing combo on this boss, but I'm doing it because there's actually a little shelf in front of his horn that you can land on. But this is Crossbend, we'll be seeing him a lot. We hate him bearing amounts based on who we're playing. With Gwendolyn, he's about as easy as it gets. You throw the Blaze Potion at his feet like that, and then you hang out up here and use Needle Strike to hang out up here, and then you hang out up here for a while, and then he dies. It's great.
The way this game goes is like basically the 5 characters have kind of chronologically overlapping storyline.
Yep.
And what it means effectively is that we'll be seeing a lot of the same areas and boss fights in each stories, just in a different order.
Yep. There are different places in history. This is a hidden room. There's a few hidden rooms throughout the run that we get that have hidden Phozon prisms. This one is mostly for the menu. Skill link increases the amount of damage your chain does when you use skills. I only have 67. That sucks. So if I fire off an ice shot and a needle strike, the needle strike and all of the other hits will do enhanced damage. And this is aerial force, which just gives you 10% damage when your feet are not on the ground, which with Gwendolyn is about most of the time. So this is really rad to get this now rather than later. It actually, so taking the time to get that menu open here is a time save, even with the foes on grab animation and everything.
We almost never, I don't think we actually, we almost never go into the menu without the game sticking us in the menu because we got a skill or something.
Correct.
We just
It
try
is
to
never
take
worth
advantage. Yeah, we just try to take advantage of, you know, it's like, oh, you gave us a skill, well, while we're in the menu, we'll do stuff. But, like, loading up the menu takes a moment. We're just not spending those couple seconds.
It turns out menus are slow. Ask any RPG speedrunner.
Hey, I'm an RPG speedrunner and I don't like opening menus.
I'm an RPG speedrunner and I don't like opening menus. So, like, there you go.
Cool. We're gonna grab an egg here. Normally in the game, you can convert your egg and seeds into chicken. That's incredibly slow. We just use the eggs to level up potions because it's efficient. It's actually one of the more efficient ways to add levels to a potion. Say hi to Bugbear, everybody. Tox potion. Get a refund, nice. But Bugbear doesn't really do anything, honestly. Bugbear will teleport around a little bit and do some really annoying things on harder difficulties. On easy, he's just a big ol' sack of hit points.
Most of what he does is just, like, get out of your way, which is annoying on higher difficulty.
Yeah, we don't want him getting out of our way. Bugbear, of course, being the combined souls of the damned, you know, the restless dead. But we get something really important here. We get a bracelet and some bread. We get two of the most important things in the game here.
Oh, so we're real gamers now.
Now, yeah, in every single route, we've got to get that bread. We're real gamers now. Cool. We buy 2 more bread and 2 more bangles. The bangles increase the amount of damage we take. You're like, wait, that's bad. They, however, also proportionally increase the damage we deal as well, so, you know, it's a speedrun.
Just don't get hit.
That's the game plan. Just don't die. But this room is the first instance where I make an effort to do enemy stack. Basically trying to just get enemies in the same place so I can hit them all at the same time. Pretty standard beat 'em up speedrun stuff. So if ever you've seen any major beat 'em up speedruns, you'll kind of understand enemy stacking as a concept being, you know, one of the more super obvious things that you should be doing all the time when you have the opportunity.
This game is like a lovely blend of, like, beat 'em up plus RPG that
Cool, we got that bread, everybody.
let's get
We're
that
gonna
bread.
get that bread. We're gonna get that bread 4 more times today.
And importantly, we got that bread all the way up to level 12?
Yep. I could have bought an extra bread, but I wanted the money for later. But yeah, getting that bread in Chapter 3 is a thing we do for every single character. It is super, super, super important. Here's Brigand. We hate him. Please do the right move. He did not do the right move.
Yeah, he's also raging misogynist, you know.
We hate him. Chronologically, Gwendolyn is the last person to fight Brigand, interestingly enough. But basically what we're trying to do is we bounce his hammers back at him because it's faster than doing anything else to get his, he has armor plates on his chest that make him take 0 damage. That's no good. We don't want that. So by bouncing back all of those hammers at him, it breaks them off in 1 hit rather than the many hits it normally takes. And then we set him on fire with the blaze potion because he's not very mobile for the most part.
Yeah, the Blaze Potion just kind of creates a pillar of flame on the ground that sits around, and
He sits there for a while. Yeah, he's super immobile, so he will just sit in this fire for a bit. So Valkyries will show up. There's the single one, which is fine, who will try to refill his drink because he uses his drink to spit fire at you. And then there's 4 Valkyries that show up and try to reset his armor. If he resets his armor, it's a pain in the butt because you've got to rip it back off, and we don't want to do that. That's a waste of time. Cool. Cool. We get some useless abilities now. There's Icicle Wave. We don't care. We're gonna grab Backstab here, which means that when we're behind enemies, we do 20% more damage. That's awesome. Hi, Melly. Happy Saturday. Today's Saturday, right? Cool.
Yeah, last I checked.
Saturday.
Fantastic. Cool. Old Castle Terrace. Get the 2 frames of Gwendolyn in her dress because there's a time skip involved here where Gwendolyn is basically Odin's all pissed that you kill Brigand. Like, you murder him. He dies.
He was like the only other top general. So
yeah. So Odin puts you to sleep. So Odin puts you to sleep and gives you away to Oswald, and it sucks totally. And you know your dad is a raging misogynist too. Cool. Let's needle strike some. Let's needle strike some Valkyries. So you come back because you're supposed to get a ring from You get a ring from Oswald that is the key to the entirety of the war between all of the factions. It's that important. So you get the ring and you're trying to bring it back to Odin, but the Valkyries are trying to kill you for no good reason other than, you know, they thought Dad said so, because Dad did say so, sort of.
Because Dad's a jerk.
Because Dad's a jerk now. Dad wasn't a jerk before. Dad was just sort of emo and bad, but now he's actually evil. So yeah, combo dropout happens too. By the way, enemies can't be juggled forever. If they could, I would. They could. But yeah, enemies will combo drop out somewhere between like 75 and 100 hits, depending on which enemy it is, and what moves you're using on it.
We can maintain those juggles for quite a while sometimes, depending on like the enemy and the.
I could theoretically infinitely juggle with 3 of the characters in the game.
Yeah, but how many frame perfect inputs does it end up involving late in the combo?
There's actually a 1-frame trick with Gwendolyn that lets you infinitely extend your combo, but it's 1 frame and I can't do it. So I don't go for it. I just go for icicle resets usually, or icicle flops. Hi Karma, thank you for the good luck. So I usually go for like frost shot. I usually go for frost shot hovers and then just use frost shot to help me rejuggle.
Yep.
For the high stun threshold.
Frost shot uses the close-on power, so it only regens when we kill things, but there's usually enough of it. Like I think also some of it pops out of a boss when you knock out one of its hit bars, because you have like kind of Kingdom Hearts style hit point bars where, you know, the boss has like 6 hit point bars that you go through.
Yeah. The major thing is that also enemies start dropping them more later on. So you end up getting more bang for your buck, basically.
Using any of the more expensive skills very much, because we won't have ranked them up.
At all.
At all. Each character even has like an ultimate skill. We unfortunately won't really be seeing it very much unless
we unlock one of them. We unlock one of them, but they're so expensive that we never level up enough to use it.
Darn.
That's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, the only one that's on route is Cornelius's. It is the only one which is actually directly on route for me. So I get it, obviously, because I have to. But I can never use it.
We're gonna see it maybe during the extra bosses at the end, the chapter. Or like
yeah, I might actually have it. I might actually have that save file leveled up enough. Yes. Cool. We're gonna get another useless ability here. This one's actually not. This one's passively okay. Freeze enhancement increases the amount of freeze your ice shots do. Like we're not super excited about it, but we have it, so we take it. It's free. Right. The first rank costs you nothing to get.
I was picking up the crystal.
which I don't have a choice, but I have to because it's en route to my favorite mini boss in the game. Speedrunners hate this fight. I love it. I'll hate it later, but right now I love it.
Yeah, it's interesting how even though we're fighting a lot of the same bosses, like between fighting them with different characters who play differently, and they all really do play fundamentally differently, and the fact that you also fight them at like different points in the storylines, you have varying amounts of that character's power level. Like the bosses feel very different.
Wait, where did the mini boss go? It spawns a mini boss and he didn't come down.
Did he just get caught in your combo up there and just die?
Did he? No, he locked up. There he is.
Oh, there
he never came down.
Oh.
So that sucked.
Yeah, that's really bad actually. Just like that up there inside the airship bubble field.
Yep.
Whoa.
I've never seen that happen before.
There's your run for the day, folks.
Why couldn't this be like? Why couldn't this be like the last time I ran this game, where the I've never seen this before was a literal 30-second save. Was a skip of a thing that I have never skipped before and may never skip again. So sad.
I figure out exactly what happened. We were like, finished the fight 30 seconds early, and it's like, wait.
I gotta do some quick alchemy here because my inventory is very full.
Yep. Those habaneristas are pretty good alchemy ingredients, though. They allow us to make those fire spirit potions.
Grabbed a lot of mulberries, which is bad. But I'm gonna combine off all of those. I'm gonna turn this into this for later. I don't need this right this second, but I need this in a minute. Cool. So yeah, there's my time loss for this part of the run. But we got a key, which we need later, so I have to do that fight. I don't get a choice in the matter. I need that grape seed for later too, because those are worth money and don't take up any inventory space. Alright. But mostly we open boxes for the money and the like, because it's important. We don't need the carrot tier or level 2 material at this point. What I pick up, I try to be very focused, because certain characters like Gwendolyn have some inventory issues. Because you have a limited inventory of 32 slots. Not ideal, obviously. Also, you'll notice that some of these Valkyries are green, or like they're wearing greenish armor instead of the purple armor, and they're Valkyrie leaders. They have a ton more hit points, a much higher stun threshold, and can break out of certain attacks, making my life utterly miserable. So we're gonna try and break open these nests. They have a chance of giving us eggs, which is way more important than getting, or they have a chance of giving us chicken or eggs, and we want chicken, because food's worth experience points, and we want as much food as we can get our hands on at this point. In particular, we're gonna get a cheese in this room, which the food items become higher quality as you go through the game. When you cook them, they cook up into better things as well. Again, we don't do any cooking during the run, but if we were playing more casually, or playing on normal potentially, I don't know the normal speedrun, we would be cooking. But yeah, you'll notice that when a Valkyrie leader shows up in front of me, I shot the Valkyrie leader first to to basically to push out their threshold of stun instantly rather than having to wait. Cool. We're gonna drink that yogurt from before now. Yogurt multiplies the amount of experience that you get from items. In this case, the level 6 one gives you 70% more experience. And we are gonna jam down to chicken, a cheese, and a grape. We're gonna keep the other grape for alchemy purposes. But you can see when you gain levels, eating food in and of itself gives you maximum hit points. And then gaining levels also gives you a chunk of maximum HP as well, so gives you survivability. Cool. This is Odin, or as I lovingly call it, Dad's Haunted. That's right, the spirit of Brigand has taken over your father in a deal with the Queen of the Overworld, Odin. So that's why Dad ordered everybody to kill you. He would never actually do that. Dad loves you a lot, apparently, although he'll never say it because he's, you know, a jerk.
He's got issues.
Daddy's got two, I guess. I don't know. Cool, we're gonna juggle Odin a lot because we hate him. Odin has dropped out of the combo, but when he hits the ground there, while he's getting up, he will break his stun threshold. So to get a perfect Odin fight, you have to sort of time that out perfectly to get the extra juggle off of the ground there. Wait, how did that whiff? I'm so bad. That is not a juggle I should whiff ever, but I did. Now Dad's gonna punch me. That didn't break out perfectly, but that was close to perfect. That was a good fight.
Perfectly clean until like that last
That one drop.
last HP bar, and
Yeah.
not having your either of your things that prevent stun going while he punched you.
Yeah, that's fine. We grab Needle 4 here, and we grab Needle 4 and we grab Power Up, which increases our power regeneration passively. Power regeneration is already good on easy compared to normal, but Charge Up helps a lot with just being able to really take things to the limit of juggling, especially with like Gwendolyn and to a degree Cornelius later. Here we go. By the way, dress still really good. Again, we're gonna see it for a couple of frames there. We'll get it for a couple of frames here. But now we're going into the mountains for some silly reason. Right, we've got to save Oswald. Oswald is gonna die because he came down here before you in the plot line, but you don't know that yet. He's one of the 5 playable characters. I already have a Habaneristo. I only need 1 on the route, so we should be fine. As I get an extra one, I believe, from one of the fights I do. Having extra is a good backup, but I think I only need to grab 1, and I got 1 in the airship fight. But we use those to make Fire Spirit potions later, which we'll re-explain for everybody who came in after the intro, basically. And of course, unsurprisingly, enemies in the volcano apply the burn status, which makes you take a small amount of damage over time, and it's got a couple of different levels. You get rid of burn by moving around quickly, so it's really easy to get rid of, but while you have it, you're taking damage. And taking damage has one positive side effect. If you take damage or block attacks, you regain power proportional to the amount of damage you stopped, or absorbed. So the whole idea is that burn or poison will actually let you regenerate your power really easily, which is super nice. Those orbs explode after you kill them, so you want to get away from their exploding dead bodies. Otherwise, you'll take a lot of damage. Which you don't want to do. So this mini-boss floats. Fairies in particular, and this particular mini-boss that have the ability to float, when they hit the ground, instead of going into a grounded state, they'll flip out instantly. This can be very helpful for rejuggling.
It can also be tricky to keep on top of them though.
Yeah. I mean, you still want to juggle them because, you know, letting them fight back is kind of bad. Like, we don't want enemies attacking us if we can help it. But the whole conceit of the particular runs in Odin Sphere is sort of getting fast at two very different beat-em-up skills, one of them being killing these sort of chap enemies quickly by, like, abusing backstab, and your chain by multi-hitting multiple enemies at the same time, and dealing with bosses, which oftentimes require very specific strategies, especially later on.
The wizards are kind of like the Valkyrie chiefs, where they take a lot more to take them down.
Yep.
And the fire elementals, much like the ice elementals earlier, will be killed by blocking or by attacking.
Or by getting hit by them.
Or just by getting hit by them, because getting set on fire does not slow you down the way that getting frozen does. We're not so worried about it, just don't die.
I actually need to get rid of some of this extra inventory. I'm gonna make my potions now for the end game, or at least some of them. Yep, can't mix items that are currently equipped, and you get like a 3-second penalty for that, so good job me. Basically, I'm making a bunch of potions that I need later. Making those overloads, which are a bottle plus 2 items, 2 equipment items. Cool, I have all my in-game potions now, so we'll do that early. Which is fine. Like, the whole interesting thing about this is I do need to get that done at some time, so now is as good a time as any.
Those chicken bones and grape stalks are kind of annoying.
Yeah. You can throw them, though.
You can throw them, but like, they're not especially effective to throw.
They apply a large amount of stun to enemies, interestingly enough.
It's Choco Butt!
So we're gonna stun out Choco Butt with them, interestingly enough. We are gonna make use of them here. Well, we're gonna do an ice shot.
Prove me wrong instantly when I said that I don't consider them very useful, because I rarely see you use them. But I also rarely see you have them floating in your inventory when the inventory is this much of a problem.
Yeah. I whiffed that juggle really badly. I'm actually gonna get a rejuggle here, though, because the health bar's about to break. I'm not gonna whiff this one, though. I'm gonna do the easy juggle, because Chocobutt's hitboxes are big enough for me to not whiff that if I know what I'm doing. This fight feels bad, but I don't know how long it took. But we'll get a key here. We'll get a blue lantern, which are the keys for the keys for the volcano. We'll be gathering a lot of these throughout the game, but this one here is the first one. Also, we have the ability to teleport on the map, so we're going to use that to quickly get from where we were back to the room.
104, 104 on the Chocobutt fight?
That's real bad. Yeah. Yeah, it should be like 4 to 5 seconds. That's not great. Cool. We're going to make one more yogurt here.
individual room timers is actually kind of useful. Although, unfortunately, the way the save file works in this game, it's not easy to have a bunch of different save files for like different parts of the game to practice.
Yeah, I just practice. I just have one for every character. There's only 10 save files per profile, which is a little weird, but cool. Hey, it's your favorite boss. Not my favorite boss, but your favorite boss.
Tiny Dragon Run Killer.
Tiny Dragon Run Killer.
Look how cute that dragon is.
We're gonna try and stay right in front of it and just pummel it because, well, it's just adorable and incredibly dangerous to my entire existence.
Like, how
Really
could you not
dangerous,
love that
incredibly
thing?
small and quick to get out of the way and make you waste a bunch of time chasing it down.
Summons 2 little friends here. Well, which we're gonna poison all of them for safety's sake. And we killed off the other 2, which is good.
But this is Leviathan. Is this the scene where you see that guy give Leviathan the crown?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we gave we basically, this, like, bad guy puts this magical crown on the last dragon egg, and basically gives it all the power of the king of Titania,
Yeah.
which is the kingdom that was, like, leveled to the ground and is a desert.
Oh, that's Valentine. Yeah, sorry, not Titania.
No, Valentine,
Titania
sorry.
is...
Yeah, Titania is Cornelius' dad. I mixed him up.
Oh good, I got to
Yeah.
rejuggle before the super armor kicked in. So what happens is that Leviathan goes fight to get the crown when under 2 health bars. And if Leviathan gets the crown, will gain like full armor unjuggleable status and is a pain to kill. But it takes a few seconds for it to turn on, thankfully. So it did not turn on.
It is one of the ways that he can kill your run.
Yeah, he can take a lot of time when he does that. And Gwendolyn is the easiest one to do crownless, and I almost whiffed crownless, which would have been a little embarrassing. I kind of whiffed it, I guess. We're gonna get our Needle Strike 5 here, though, with 150. So, like said before, 5% cost reduction means that we are going to go absolutely positively ham. And we get Power Supply here. I don't get Gourmet, even though I do my Puka Village here, but it's fine. Gwendolyn tends to be usually pretty good on levels, all things considered, so this is more of a just make sure I have enough levels to finish the run type deal in a sec. There's Oswald, he's beaten to death, or at least half to death. But yeah, welcome to Puka Village, everybody. There are Puka, they're adorable.
Mori, there are other excellent chefs in the Puka Village. They just don't travel the way Mori does. And they only accept Valentinian money, which is like magical.
Yep.
Because if they're trying to collect literally every coin of Valentinian of enchanted Valentinian currency in existence, because it will allow them to have their true forms back.
Yep.
So they're working together.
They're working hard.
They're working hard. It's going to take a while.
Cool. Now we're going to go, the Fairy Kingdom stole the ring from you after Chapter 5, basically. So now you're going to go beat up some fairies and some elves. And we want to have 525 gold by the end of this chapter, which you can see we're at 474, so there's no way we don't make it, but we need 525 for Chapter 7.
This is, on the other hand, like why we had to buy one less bread earlier in the game.
I mean, I could have gotten away with buying the extra bread. Honestly, it's usually part of the route.
It's hard to know.
I've seen, like, I should be buying a third bread there, usually.
Okay.
It's not much of a difference in experience, but So what power supply does, by the way, is that when I kill an enemy, my power gauge regenerates a little bit. This is as good as you think it is.
Especially for just like rooms packed full of enemies. Also for bosses that summon ads while you're fighting them.
Guess what the boss of this chapter does for like the entire time?
Is it summon ads?
It is definitely summon ads. Cool. Welcome to Myconid Madness. We're gonna light this thing on fire though. Gonna hit this real hard juggle because, you know, I'm gonna miss the easy ones, but this one, that is the dropout protection kicking in, by the way. There's no way to continue that juggle there. This boss transforms in one of two forms, either Gigantic or Sorceress. So, welcome Mushroom Sorceress to the combat arena.
We just love gender fluid mushroom friends.
Agree.
Mushrooms have no gender. You cannot kill them in a way that matters. What I'm saying is, mushrooms gay.
Cool, we're gonna go in here for like a second because I need a checkpoint there. And then we go in here, and then we go in here. Then we become tiny. And then we use our checkpoint to teleport back to here, go through this tiny crack in the wall, and then we hit the wrong button, but we de-transform back to regular size, real quick and easy. Now we're back into combat. This is the room you want power supply for, because when all of these huntresses die,
something infinite power.
basically. Getting through this room is really hard because the flying enemies block your jumps and you can't just glide uphill. This is Paladin room. So much like how Valkyries have Valkyrie leaders, the elves have Paladins. They're in silver armor. That one right there. Again, higher health, higher stun threshold. And if they don't die fast, they can start hacking you up pretty badly. That Sage in particular is a healer, will recover the health of your enemies. Don't want that. In this house, we love and respect the White Mage, but not today. Yeah.
Well, we respect the White Mage. We also respect them by, like, destroying the enemy White Mage.
We respect them by saying, okay, you go first.
Oh, didn't kill it. God, that enemy recoiled so far. God, I'm so bad at the Paladin room. But yeah, we get Cocoa here, which we just eat in the bean form rather than turning it into actual dessert. And speaking of bosses which summon ads, here's Mercedes, who is the fifth character. Well, the third character of the storyline, but the fifth character of the 5 characters in the game, and we've got to fight her too. But we start this fight off the same way every time if we can.
Probably also one of the more annoying boss fights. Am I wrong?
Yep. Go up. Nope, that didn't break stun threshold. She didn't juggle out of the crit. That's odd.
Uh-oh.
That's fine. So the difficult thing about this fight in particular that we have to be really concerned about is that Mercedes' hitbox is so small that the last strike of Needle Strike can go through it. If we're at point blank. Really? I deserve that, I think. So you can see that we will needle and then needle through, which we have to be a little careful about.
Demonstrate your point.
So the idea is I need to stop holding forward in neutral for a second in the air, basically, so I don't progress past her hitbox when I do this. Makes my juggles a lot easier, because I don't have to side switch or like figure out when I need to side switch. So like, we got a neutral. We're gonna throw one more potion here because I hate this fight. This fight's really hard, by the way, casually.
Hard in speedrun, it's hard casually for kind of different reasons, but...
I want to go through the hitbox here, by the way, because I want to be turned in the other direction.
So you can kill the healer over there. Oh, those are the chargers. That said, not getting shot in the back sounds great.
I'm a fan.
Oh, there's a healer.
Was a healer. Needed to die. Good news. Dead. Cool. So the final chapter, since this of course is Norse mythology, guess where we're going?
We're going to Niflheim, the underworld.
We're going to heck, everybody.
Wow, I can't believe you'd say that on stream.
I know, right? I'm sorry, Fastest Furs. I apologize. I didn't tell you that I was going to say heck on stream more than once.
Well, heck.
We're gonna go, like, save our boyfriend or something, because it turns out, like, even though, like, we fell in love with him because of a love potion, it turns out he's actually a pretty okay guy. Other than the part where, like, this evil sword is corrupting his soul or something. So we're gonna go try to save his soul.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, we could just let him die at this point. It'd probably be okay. Right, nothing bad would come of that. But we get upgraded bangles here. These give us an extra passive, which is we deal and take additional damage, but now also the lower our health is, the more damage we do. Which is rad. Like, because, you know, if we get hit, we want to do more damage. So, you know.
As long as you don't die. The only hit point you need is the last one.
Last one. And while you're on the last hit point, you'll do 36% additional damage now.
It's worth noting that any phosons you absorb will heal you, so like, it's kind of hard to stay it that low, but we're certainly not going to be intentionally staying at full very much anymore.
Yeah, the big thing is that phosons in normal and hard heal you for like 1 hit point apiece. On easy, they'll heal you to a threshold, which I believe is 30% if I remember correctly, and then they'll heal for a small amount after that as well. But if you're below 30%, phosons will very rapidly get you back to 30%. This is Shine. Shine Potion leaves a little light area. Some enemies are ghosts, and you can't normally hit them unless they're in the light. So we're just going to throw this out and make this area glow, and then spawn the enemies into it because, you know, we want to kill them fast.
Also do additional damage to them dead.
Yep. The other thing is that the potion itself will do damage to the undead. While they're attacking you, they also become physical, and you can hit them, but that's slow.
So also there's like a little like a little enemy in the background with like a torch. That'll also get them in lit to fight them. So there's a couple different ways to approach it, but like, this is the fastest one.
You'll notice I did take a couple hits there. I promise it was almost intentional. Cool. We don't ever... Also, by the way, we never fight anything in these rectangular rooms because it is never necessary.
Rectangular rooms are simply just travel through. It's also interesting because the enemies in the rectangular rooms have like drastically lower hit points, so if you were to fight them, then they would just like die cooperatively.
Yeah, basically. You can use them to like farm up phosons real quick or get a little bit of experience. A very little bit of experience, though. But you'll see me jumping on these enemies, taking a bunch of swings, and then firing a Needle Strike off. This is for grouping purposes primarily. So, you know we made those potions before? This is Overload. We'll get a little aura that indicates that we're doing a bunch of extra damage. And this is Flame Spirits, or Fire Spirits. It makes a aura around you. You get 3 Orbiters that apply burn and do constant damage. This, of course, is very good. This boss summons Orbiters as well. But the big thing is that when you kill them, if you have power supply, they also regenerate your power rapidly. So, like, we're gonna get hit by that attack, we're gonna stand right in front of it, we're gonna get hit by Orbiters. Like, we're gonna make all the mistakes. Right, like... I was also able to maintain the chain through teleports, because this boss teleports whenever you break its health bar, unless it is in the middle of an attack animation. But if you hit they summon these tentacles, if you hit them fast enough, you can keep your chain, thereby speeding the fight up. It's real hard to do. The fact that I did it once is a miracle, but that was a good fast fight. Okay with that one. Anything around like a minute 10 there is good, so... But now we go back to the beginning. We'll use this key to go to the second half of the Underworld. But we want to open this chest first. We have to get the Shine Potion. We need it later for sure. I've forgotten that before. It is slow if you forget it. Bye, Fire Spirits. I miss you. But I got 1 teleport skip and 1 teleport chain hold that last fight. So that last fight went very well.
Turns out skipping bosses that go invulnerable and teleport away from you is good for your time.
Yeah.
You mean skipping content is good in speedruns because it means you go faster?
Not like content, but sure.
I mean, fair. But yeah.
Try to skip everything. I don't want to skip the entire game by not playing it.
I mean, that's just credits warp.
Odin does not have a credits warp or other glitch categories, as far as I'm aware. I've not played this game enough that if there were glitches, I would probably found them by now. But this is the room we need the Shine Potion in, because these are female Geists as opposed to male Geists. I don't know how Geists have a gender, they're all dead. Don't ask, but they float and they are incorporeal when they first spawn in. Skip Oswald. Oswald doesn't exist anymore. Oswald's hella not real.
Yeah, one of the things that's always struck me about this game is how much emphasis is placed on gender dimorphism.
Yeah, we're not going to see some of the end scenes because things like the Cornelius end scene are actually really bad. There's some problematic stuff in this game. I'm not going to lie, it's not perfect. It is a vanillaware game. It's a little bit horny and a little bit misogynistic at points. It is an imperfect game for certain. So, you know, I'm glad that we get to skip most of the plot because some of the plot really sucks. But yeah, we're almost at the end of the first storyline. This will be our final boss. It will be Odette, Queen of the Dead, here in Hell.
And then we're 1/5
of the way. Slightly more than 1/5 of the way done because this is the second longest run. But yeah, we're going to drink some potions here. And we're going to save some other potions for later in the fight, but for now... Odette will teleport at the end of every health bar, except for potentially 1, if she does a specific attack during the fight. You cannot stop it. There is no way to hold your chain. It cannot happen. You know, good luck with that, I guess. Odette's flash does go through the armor state as well. It's one of the very few attacks that ignores your armor. And hits fairly hard because the Chapter 7 bosses all hit really hard. So you'll notice now I'm at 230 health. I am 2 hits from death. There is no death armor either. Like, you can get reduced to under 1 hit point by an attack from, like, any number. Good attack. Sorry, Stella, what were you about to say?
Well, I mean, it doesn't help that you are, you know, level 32 on a level 48 boss right now.
Correct. She went the other way, didn't she? I needed to avoid getting hit by the transformation there, I can't afford it. But this is the attack that if she does it, what will happen is that she won't teleport at the end of the health bar, she'll just detransform. This, of course, is really good for us. And we stun her out of one of her attacks there. She does a scythe kick where she conjures a scythe out of the air. This, of course, is very, very dangerous. It is a multi-hitting move, which can kill you if you're not ready for it. However, Odette is dead. 1 boss down. One story down, 4 to go.
Let's go.
See how bad I did. This was basically cold. I think I did like 1 Gwen practice for this. But we have to get out of this menu quickly. Just to see what my time was for the first leg of the 5. World record is like 1 hour 4 minutes in game time. It was a ridiculous run that I never thought I would get. So, you know. We're not expecting world record today, I'm just expecting to not embarrass myself. That actually is very close to the original world record that OC set, by the way. That's actually a really good run. 106 is fine.
GG's.
Okay. Alright. Cool. I'm gonna stretch for a second, drink a little bit of fluid, but that was the Valkyrie. Gwendolyn,
Did
which is
ever
fun.
go back and try to improve his run?
Oh god.
Oh,
God. What's that?
did OC ever go back to try to improve any of his runs since he started taking all his world records?
No, he never came back to the game.
Aw. So basically that run was like almost good for 2nd place.
Yeah, that run would have been good for 2nd place, I believe. Yeah, that was like, my initial push at this run when I was first learning it, 106 was my first goal that I hit, was 106XX.
Well, that's good. I mean, still, you did a great job. Even so, because again, especially since you still have 4 more to go.
Yeah, like, the fact that that was, like, I really wish I were kind of doing all books, but, like, that requires I, like, grab the book instantly and don't stop, and that's not gonna happen. I want to stretch a little bit. But...
I see exactly why that this is, yeah, you need breaks, because this looks super input intensive.
Yeah,
the
it's
entire
Super
time.
input intensive, and with cutscene skips, there are no input breaks.
Yeah, it's a 1-button fighter, basically. Well, 2 with circle, but, like, the timing and everything and the amount that I... This is like my original DualShock 4, by the way, that I'm using.
I was gonna say, it's a controller.
This controller whips. This controller rules. This controller is amazing and has gone through years of use. But here's Cornelius, everybody. I want to get this started. This is my favorite run of the 5. Also, probably the greatest marathon run I've ever done was of Cornelius, so...
All right, well, best of luck. And just so everyone, just before you get started, though, I just want to mention, hello everyone, welcome to Fastest Furs, our community showcase. If you don't know what Fastest Furs is, we're basically a bunch of speedrunners in the furry community looking to do good with the great power that we have together. Because every single time you meet a furry, they always give some sort of aura. It's just a fact. So if you are interested in learning more details about us or about our upcoming events, you can go to our Discord, which should be in the chat pretty soon. And I will let you all get back to it.
Yeah, and speaking of furries, look at this boy. Look how cute he is.
He's a funny boy.
He's a good boy.
Is he the cutest? Yes. Try to be a little careful in that room because it's not a run off the right side. It's a hold up and go through a door. But yeah, Bunny Boy gets this sword. Bunny Boy starts in Heck and gets this sword, this mysterious sword. We need to open this box. If I forget to open that box, I feel real bad. Because I need one for this room.
got transformed in the underworld. And you were like, but I was like the Prince of Titania, and I just wanted to go like see my girlfriend who's not nobility, and therefore no one likes that I'm friends with her. Or something.
This is the one butterfly we get, by the way, is that one.
Yep, it's early enough that the Fuzzons get just let us hit a level up threshold on one of our things.
Yep. You need 25, and that gets us to 26. Perfect. Bam.
Yeah, unfortunately, I need to run off for a little bit, but I will be back later. So good luck on these books for now.
Thank you, love. But yeah, Spiral Claw is our primary move for Cornelius. It's going to get combined with some very, very precise aerial attacking. Did I get a mulberry? I did. I need to eat this. Need to remember to eat that. I actually am supposed to eat that beforehand because it gives me fast run. Not strictly necessary. I can throw myself through the air a little bit, which is fine. A little more input intensive, which is a bit annoying, but that's fine. I set the shortcut too early there, by the way. But what Drill Claw does is it throws you through the air with the greatest of ease. The daring young bun on the flying trapeze.
Let's have some fairly tricky usage, because if you're not careful, you'll just go right over the enemy. You can actually control the angle of your flight a little bit.
But it's hard.
It's hard, and there's times that you need to do it a little bit. And it feels real bad when you just like fly right past the enemy. And it's like I just used one of my powerful moves, and I didn't do any damage, and now I'm way over here.
Ooh, hopping Restore already. I'm grabbing that. But we're gonna throw some Shine Potions out of our inventory, basically with impunity at this point. They one-shot all these ghosts, and also will, stop teleporting. Cornelius's glide is replaced by like this weird hover that's really bad.
And we're really bad, we mostly mean it doesn't go very fast.
It's very slow. So, remember how the last boss?
And I guess casually there might be some good uses of it.
Yeah, there are. I would go get that, but it ran the wrong way. Remember the last boss was Odette? We're gonna fight her again. We're gonna fight her again. She's a lot easier to kill this time. I'm a little less afraid of her at this point.
We got some Shine Potions too, don't we?
Yeah, but we want to be careful with them because they'll break her stun. They'll put her in dizzy status. If she teleports, she will teleport out at the end of a health bar as well. This is very bad because she won't come back for a few seconds if she's stunned when she teleports. Oh yeah, she's running backwards with the volcano. That's perfect.
Yeah, it turns out like it's not just like one-shot damage. It's actually like a rolling explosion that like if the enemy happens to be moving or if you're pushing the enemy into that explosion, they will just get more damage.
Yeah. There is a spot in the game where I actually take advantage of pushing the enemy. I'm gonna get hit by a sidekick here to be funny. Hit by it twice. It's gonna do 5 damage.
The hit that we were worried about, like one or two shotting us on Gwendolyn.
Yeah, it does legitimately nothing here. Cool. She lets us out. We get to escape Heck.
Yep. Yeah, we're just fighting her to like for the right. It's like we're not dead. We're not supposed to be here. And she's like, "Why are you here? You shouldn't be here. I'm gonna kill you so that you belong here."
I wasn't even supposed to be here this morning. That's right, we're making Clerks references in the year 2021. What's up? There's Rapid Walk, which just lets us run fast on the ground. And we get Energetic, which is after you eat food, your next attack increases by 30%. This ability is awful. I don't know why it exists in the game, but we need to take it to get the things behind inventory. But yeah, so we end up getting spit up and Odin finds us. Odin takes our sword but gives it back to us and tells us that we have to prove that we're a hero by kicking Brigand in the teeth. And if you've noticed anything about me personally, I really enjoy kicking Brigand directly in his teeth over and over again. It's probably my favorite part of the game. So let's go kick Brigand in the teeth. Jennifer, please stop not hitting the enemy. What? Why are my hands so bad? Hi, I'd like to whip. I'll take whipping attacks for 300, please. No, we don't want that one. We want the third one. I just want to walk to the end of this room. Right. Warriors are just big enemies that have high stun thresholds. They're a pain to fight, but we'll take them apart pretty easily.
They aren't the upgraded enemies like Valkyrie captains or whatever.
Yeah. Hit that one. Perfect. Okay, good. So you'll notice that when I run by it, there's a locked door here. That's the door to the boss. We gotta go get a key. The key is far away. It kind of is bad, but that's fine. But yeah, we're gonna run through here. And we're gonna bind our second ability here. We get Spark Bolt. This fires a little lightning bolt shot that stuns enemies. That. Cool, but that particular juggle, the 3 downswing juggle, was the tech I kind of developed to speed this particular route up a ton. But, like, it's actually a way to air juggle with Cornelius, and, you know, He does more damage on the ground, but by taking enemies up in the air like that, you can stop them from trying to fight back. Enemies that are moving around are bad to deal with, so we try not to let them move around. Almost overshot the door a lot. Cool. We need to make a bunch of jumps here. We don't want to fall down. That'd be bad. And the second half of this room has the dwarven helicopters, which can be really annoying. We need to go through that door, but not yet. We need to get this first. This, of course, is Assault High, which we talked about earlier for other characters. Obviously, just as important for Cornelius to have it, so we're gonna go grab it. And we're gonna upgrade Assault High and Spark Bolt. Actually, I already upgraded Spark Bolt. Good job, me. I can remember to do things. Oh wow, I actually did the toe tap there. Nice. There's a frame perfect jump off of that ledge that if you hit it, you basically toe tap the ledge and then go flying into the air, which is actually really good. We're gonna buy more bangles here. Need 2 of them. We don't get the bread yet. Bread is next chapter, so. But we need bangles first. We always need Saturn bangles. Every character gets these except for one. And then one character doesn't get them, it's because they don't exist. But yeah, dwarves drop bombs. The bombs can explode. But if you hit them, they'll explode on your enemies instead of on you. Is this a favorite character of the first community? I hope so! I hope so. Cool. Now we're gonna hope that Brigand does the same thing as last time, which is throw his hands up in the air and throw hammers at me. God, he's got furry knuckles. I forgot about the furry knuckles. He's like, it's whack. Wrong attack again. There we go. Nope, wrong attack a second time. I'm actually gonna start smashing away a little bit here. Again? Can you please do the right attack, Brigand? You're annoying me.
Never to break these shields off without the bounce back.
I gotta hate it. Got just enough power to get through that attack.
Last time isn't going to do us any favors in terms of time spent.
Yeah, it happens. My world record Cornelius run is perfect except for one room. So which is saying something, because this run is hard. But yeah. This is Plasma Circle. It lets you summon 3 orbs around you like fire spirits, The only problem with it is that they last for like 6 seconds, and it's really like super short and super expensive. So while it's a really cool attack, it's not worth it, unfortunately. I want it to be worth it so badly.
Very fun casually, but yeah.
Super cool upgraded, super cool casually. You upgrade it at the end of chapter 7 if you're doing all books because you use Plasma Circle on the boss you fight. But it's just real bad in like 99% of situations. I mean, the interesting thing about the Cornelius run in particular is like every speedrunner, right, has like the one run that they don't ever want to beat of their own times because like the run that's on SRC is just so perfect or so meaningful or so something that they never want to break it so that it never like it's never the main, so it never stops being their main run. When I did this for Power Up with Pride last year, it was with Syl and Witch's Hex on commentary. And the run was like really, really, really good for one thing, but also it's just super meaningful doing things for like showcases and, you know, and marathons and for charity. In general, like that's the one run that I never want to surpass that run for this character because I never want any other run to be the main run that I have. Because this run is just too good. It's just too everything. Hey, Risto, we do want that. So you're gonna see me doing the same thing here, doing these sort of 7-step juggles and holding the enemy up and stopping them from attacking me. Banui. Yeah, we're a Banui crew here, I think. I think that's how that works.
Does it pronounce Benui or Bonui?
I don't know. That's a good question. Yo, please stop, game. Well, I don't have to worry about... I'll never have to worry about breaking my world record with fights like that, so it's cool. So the trick with juggling, by the way, you'll notice is that if you hit the 4th air swing with Cornelius, it sends enemies absolutely careening around. And of course, when you're trying to keep enemies under control so you can keep hitting them, that's very bad. Also, this part of the run gives me problems because you go left for once, and you don't do a lot of going left. Right, but we're gonna buy... Well, we're gonna sell some stuff here first. Right, these seeds aren't worth a ton of money, but we're gonna sell them anyway. I don't want to go to the sell menu a second time, thank you. And we're gonna grab a Cyclone Potion, which we need, and 3 breads, which we also need. So, as usual, it is Chapter 3, it is time to get that bread. We're gonna quickly consume this bread, and that gives me a short breather here, because we will sit through all this animation, because we have to. But we need that Cyclone for this fight. So you notice how we said before that we could push enemies along in damage effects? Basically what we're going to do is we're going to throw out a bunch of Cyclone Potions on this particular fight and push the enemy along with it to keep it frozen. because this fight otherwise gets out of hand in a hurry, so we're going to use the freeze to keep control of it. Interestingly enough, this is a screen that you can lose speedruns on, by the way. Frogs have a small chance of doing an effect which also transforms you into a frog. And at this point in the game, you have no way of breaking it, because there's absolutely no way you've made the potion that lets you break that effect. We're hoping to not get frogged. It's super rare, but...
It does break the frog effect.
Metamorphosis potions, which require, I think it's either 2 or 3 the food cores, so like bones or... And then, yeah. It's real bad. We're not gonna... This explains how to make toxin potions, which normally take 2 of these Cub's Banes. Did I throw all 3 Cyclones? I'm not supposed to throw the level 2 Cyclone. Heck. It's fine. We'll fix it in post. It's okay. I forgot this is Cornelius, and I need to have a Cyclone Potion in my inventory for later. Actually, it's not strictly necessary. Hey, Syl. If you're still here, make sure I grab turnips if they show up.
Yeah, you need. Yeah, okay. So we need to find some turnies that'll let us make the more
It makes
potions.
It'll let us make whirlwind potions, which we need for chapter 7 real bad.
There's
Sometimes
a
later in.
major phase skip of the boss fight that we can do if we can find those.
I mean, there's a way to route them in. Like, I route in 1, but 2 is for safety. It's fine, it's just annoying that I have to think about it a little bit more right now. But yeah, we need to freeze another different boss. Otherwise, a 1-minute boss fight will take 3 minutes, and I'll be sad. And I don't want to be sad, right? Like... Now we're gonna fight Velvet. We're gonna fight our girlfriend. It's not really our girlfriend, it's a wizard masquerading as our girlfriend, so we hate them. So we're gonna kick their butt. Velvet's imposter. Don't do that.
Still fights like Velvet, and therefore is pretty annoying.
I think I'm losing inputs.
Extremely mobile character, and that'll be great when we're playing Velvet, but right now...
That's unfortunately a rough beat there. That fight didn't go super well, but that's alright. Like, it's early enough that she can still stay, like, semi-stunned, even though she's not in a true juggle, so you can kind of get away with making that mistake in Chapter 3. Not later on, though. It also looks a lot less cool, and that's super important. Like, you want to look like heckin' swag, and that's super important, so...
Probably speedrun, right?
That's why we speedrun. It's only for swag. If we can't do swag strats, why are we even playing? I mean, because swag strats are hard, and you'll have to learn them. But don't let doing or not doing swag strat stop you from speedrunning, really. This is a game I developed a lot of the tech for, so I feel bad when I can't do it right. Cool. That's not what I wanted. That's the wrong box. Why do I not remember which box I need to open? Not in my notes. I need to put that in my notes. There's a box we need to open in this particular level. It is not that one, though.
Is it the one with tourneys?
Nah, it's the one with ice spirits in it.
Oh, right.
Because I need to turn that into a whirlwind later. Cornelius also great. It's the other one on top of the archway, but yeah. It's the one after a climb, not in the first screen. So good job me, I guess, question mark? Volcano potion. The 2 blaze potions are actually a little bit more useful for later, but we need something to break out that fire so we can get, or break out that ice wall so we can get through.
There's higher opportunities right there.
Yeah, but you have to then you have to do alchemy, and that sucks, and I don't want to do that. I should have grabbed the Hobnaristas potentially for later, but making fire spirits is generally not the problem on this route. But yeah, we're gonna use, again, combinations of drills and regular swings to try and work our way through a lot of these enemies in a very efficient manner. Basically using it to cancel the ends of our animations to keep fighting. This is what teaches us the Ice Spirits mix, which takes a material and 2 tourneys. Ice Spirits are important in higher difficulty runs because they absorb damage, giving you a much higher health threshold. We never really need them in easy, thankfully. Here's a bugbear. But it takes a ton of stun from potions, from shine potions, so it's fine. That should be the last turnip I need. But yeah, we're gonna stun and just try to lock out Bugbear from ever doing an attack other than that one where it digs its claw into the ground, which is actually really good for us because we can get behind it and best stab it in the back a bunch. One of the few attacks that's actually kind of beneficial for us. You want to make sure you get past those elementals, by the way. It's real bad if they hit you.
Yeah. They slow you, and then if they hit you twice, they stun you or freeze you.
Yep.
I don't think we need to explain why those are bad for speedrun.
Status effect freeze. You will get slowed down or stop moving altogether if you're frozen. So yeah, is bad. Is unfun.
Ice cube on this. We'll do that again against another boss. If things go right. I'm not commentator cursing you.
No. Also, if you don't start hitting these trolls right straight away, they'll start bouncing around the screen, which is a bit of a nuisance. So we try to be pretty quick about at least putting some hits on them so that they stop moving.
Okay, they're a little bit trollish.
Two for two on Blaze Potions, by the way.
Nice.
Except, of course, I'm getting the wind pressure immediately as well. Normally, I get really frustrated myself. You can whiff the Blaze Potions on these fights, which you don't want to do. Because this is another boss that's fairly immobile, and the hitbox is really small.
Yeah, it's like a huge boss, but only that horn is vulnerable. I mean, it's actually a really tough boss casually for that reason, too.
Cornelius has a really hard time with this fight, because Cornelius' air game is less good than other characters' air game.
Cornelius
Has no game in the air.
Cornelius also doesn't like to dance out. Just like get kind of spiral fall into like pushing against their hitbox so you don't go right through it.
Yeah.
That isn't really the case with this one.
At all, in fact.
You'll just go right through that hitbox and you'll be flying over away from it sad. So it's real important to get that blaze.
Yeah.
Yes, moon blaze.
Ice Spirits! Hooray! We remembered. So you'll see me walking under that enemy there to get the other two really quickly. Hey, Syl. Want to see me beat up another dragon? This is the Dragon Wagner, who has the ring. We gotta get the ring from him. The ring that comes up later in the storyline, you say? Well, yes.
With Cornelius, or is he just like...
So the whole idea is that Cornelius gets the ring and leaves the ring with Wagner, expecting that Wagner will defend it.
Right.
Which, of course, is not the case, because Oswald is going to kick Wagner's butt and murder him, sadly. So, yeah, we already killed the last dragon. However, the game is not in chronological order, and we'll explain the last dragon thing in about, what, 4.5 hours or so.
Yeah, Gwendolyn, the latter part of Gwendolyn's storyline is basically chronologically last. It is, like, her storyline has, like, the part where, like, she gets given the sleeping potion. And, like, that, like, everything after that is pretty much after the Fairy Valkyrie War, for the most part.
Yep. So yeah, much like, if you've played any Vanillaware games, primarily like the new 13 Sentinels, which I really need to play because I've heard it's excellent, Vanillaware is very good about doing asynchronous stories. The idea is that they do the stories out of order, so that you get to see bits and pieces of the storyline, and as you do it more, the whole thing comes together. Stun enhancement increases the amount of stun we get from our stun effects. I kind of want it, but I kind of don't. Staying Claw 5 is super consistent, thankfully. Especially with what's coming up. Alright, so what are the odds that I have 525 gold right now?
You saw your seeds? I think I'll make it.
Am I gonna make it? I hope I make it. I'll be really, really sad if I don't make it. And everybody, I don't want to be sad. That'd be bad. Cool, let's go into Chapter 5. Chapter 5 requires, like, the hardest sell in the game to make, because it requires I have 525 gold in Chapter 5. Basically, I need to have been picking up everything? I think everything is the word I'm looking for here.
And then you call a fire sale at all.
And then, yeah, everything must go. And keep in mind, that's also with spending 120 gold in Chapter 3 to get that bread correctly. And a whirlwind, or and a cyclone potion I was supposed to keep. So my alchemy's gonna be a little slow. Doing a little low-profile hop out there. Yeah, Wagner with the ring is a great sort of reference, too. There's an airship on our way, though.
We're just kind of like walking into the middle of the war between the fairies and the Valkyries right now.
Yeah, we're just like, anybody who gets in our way is in trouble.
We're just gonna blaze a path. I'm pretty sure a couple of people like tell us this is a bad idea.
Yeah, we ignore all of them because we're a big damn hero.
Cornelius has this like interesting attitude of like, I have this sword.
Yeah, I
And
have a
like everyone
sword.
else is like, that is a cursed sword. What are you doing?
Solving problems with my cursed sword. What do you think I'm doing? The big thing is that when you hit the missiles, they parry back into the ship. This is super important because they deal a lot of damage. And Cornelius is actually very bad at otherwise fighting the airship, so if I don't hit them back, I take a while on this fight. Oh good, didn't get hit by the electricity before I got the kill, thank goodness. The electricity hurts.
The other thing about that fight in pretty much every character's situation is that fight, like, there's the flamethrowers there, which, yeah, they hurt quite a bit, actually, but...
Yeah, they're real bad.
For the most part, our character's abilities to, like, put us in the, like, don't, you know, hit stun on state, we're still taking all that damage. It hurts.
Yeah.
Kind of take the damage. Oh, there's a attorney. That's real life.
I don't know if I got either of the level 7 materials that I'm supposed to get there.
I don't know.
One is assured. I think the level 7 healing tonic is assured, and I probably grabbed it without thinking about it, because that's usually what I do.
I didn't see the level 7 material. But that one's not assured, so...
That one is not an assured drop, annoyingly. There's the 7 healing tonic. Did not get the 7. There's the 7 material. Perfect, we got them both.
Oh, okay.
I just got them so fast that I didn't notice it. Hi, I am a speedrunner. I go too fast sometimes. Wrong teleporter.
I was mostly just excited to get attorney because that'll let us.
That fixed. Yeah, everything's fixed now for alchemy, which is good. That fixes all my problems. So we had to get this key to open this door. Getting keys to open doors is sort of a thing, and obviously I've routed out which keys you get where because it's optimal and all that good stuff. So.
Yep. Like you can't do some of these chapters in and out, you know what it is as a result. Or even like which optional Nice.
Also, those cinematic crits have a much bigger hitbox than your regular attack, so I actually I buffered in by holding left to turn myself around during the swing to hit both enemies with it. Cool, that door's locked. If you took the curse but you stopped using the sword, you'd leave value on the table. Mm-hmm. Alright, this is the fight we need to do. This is... And we need to leave through the right exit, not the bottom exit. They look very similar. One takes me to a fight. No, the right exit is correct. The bottom exit is bad. The bottom exit makes me do an extra fight but get world record, so we don't want to do that. But this is the Unicorn Knight.
Didn't we decide that bottom room might actually be...
That the extra food might actually speed the run up, potentially. I was also playing so well that, like, the possibility of that data being super wrong is there as well.
Yeah.
Why do I have crap for potions? There you go, get pushed into the fire, thank you.
That's nice. Have we just been getting a lot of healing potion drops instead of like other
Yeah,
things?
basically.
Get into the fire again. Start that fire timer over.
Yep. Actually land this juggle properly. The fire is going to screw it up, but it disappears right on time. Thank you, fire. We need to take the bottom exit out of this room.
So we're gonna kind of like fight the boss in that direction.
I mean, a lot of the time when I'm fighting bosses, I aim to fight the boss as fast as possible without regard to where I am. Because killing the boss fast is really what matters. Heck yeah, we're not broke. I do need to sell one other item because I have no inventory space otherwise. But yeah, we're gonna buy 3 Mars bangles here. 1, 2, 3. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Thank you. I'm gonna equip them. 2 for 2 on remembering to re-equip as well. We are gonna make some potions now while we're here. We're gonna make 2 level 7 overloads.
Can you ask your shopkeeper to not just like drop items on the ground that you bought?
What's that?
Very rude. Very rude. So just like, you know, it's like, oh, you bought these things? Hot.
Here you go. Hey, I don't complain. I just bought them. Ice Spirits turns into a whirlwind, which will upgrade a little bit with that and that for level 4. We want them both to be level 4 if possible, which is easy enough to do. We're gonna take the Cyclone Potion, throw a couple turnips at it, throw a level 2 and level 3 material into it. It is now level 4. Fantastic. We're gonna use this level. We used up our level 3 materials because I'm bad at inventorying. We're gonna make a Flame Spirits. We're gonna throw some bottles at it. This and this. Level 4. Perfect.
So yeah, that was your last.
We can make this Blaze Potion into a Fire Spirits Potion. It's level 3. It's perfect. Alright. Cool. All our alchemy's done. We have 2 whirlwinds, right? Cool. Did I crack the Fire Spirits by accident? That's fine. We're about to go do a boss, but I gotta get there fast. Heck, that was a mistake. Not a big deal. Not actually a big deal. but we do need to haul butt now. To at least get some value out of this against Mercedes. Where did she go? Mercedes, please come back! Your planet needs you!
You're on fire and stuff. Like, I'm just getting a note out of that.
Juggling's a little hard with fire spirits, which is why I don't usually go for them. The big thing about this particular fight is Mercedes will absorb Bozon's relatively aggressive. And much like how they heal you, they will also heal her.
I don't want to let her do that. It's like not only stealing your MP, but also healing her. There's nothing good about that. I love how good how huge the change get on some of these boss fights, though.
That's a really good Mercedes fight, all things considered. Like, I'm not running a timer, it just felt, like, really good. But yeah, this is where we learn about the Puka Curse and that their goal is to obtain 100% of the coins in the world because that's how they'll break the curse. It's in that particular piece of text that you get. Because all of these scrolls you get are pieces of the prophecy of the end of the world. Which is not Ragnarok in this, it's Armageddon. But we get 2 ranks of Stun Striker here. When an enemy has the Dizzy status, which we apply with our sword shot, it also will absolutely ruin their day. And by absolutely ruin their day, I mean we do a ton more damage, which is good. Cool. But we're gonna grab Gourmet because we gotta do some eating, and we need to get some leveling. So we're gonna go into here. Which we don't actually have to do anything because we're in the Puka village because we're a Puka. Yep, we always want to spend gold coins. It doesn't matter how many silvers we have, we just want to spend the gold coins because that's more experience efficient. And yeah, shoutouts to Vanillaware Food.
Lovingly crafted steak tartare.
Yep, cool. But we got our food. We get our levels on. Like, all the Vanillaware food is great. Play this casually just for the food. Do the same with Muramasa the Demon Blade, another fantastic game, but it's only on like the Wii and the PS Vita. Which honestly kind of sucks because Muramasa is amazing. But yeah, we're trying to just very quickly lock down these enemies. And we're going to just keep grabbing money here because we do try to do a food buy before Chapter 7 just for consistency. This is a hidden path that takes us right to the end of the chapter. This is the last room in the chapter, but of course, like the last time, it's locked. So we need to go get more ways to unlock things. Ways to unlock things, sound key. Correct. This is where you learn about how to make fire spirits. Now it's like a potion and 2 Habaneristos. Obviously, you can make potions without the recipes, thankfully, otherwise this would be a very different speedrun.
Kind of nice that, like, when you get these recipes, this box will also have, you know, those 2 Avenaristas.
Yeah, it gives you all the material you need to make it, which is actually important for the Ice Spirits box in this run.
You didn't grab one of the Avenaristas, I hope that's okay.
What's that?
I think you didn't grab one of those Avenaristas.
I
hope
already,
that's okay.
I already have a Fire Spirits in my inventory, it's
Oh,
fine.
okay.
And I got another one on the floor because I'm the best player ever. Potions are RNG, and things like Fire Spirits and Whirlwinds are rare drops, so when you get them it feels good. But there's a level 4 Fire Spirits just to refund me for my mistake from earlier, I guess.
How much it sped things up.
Yeah,
But it did do extra damage.
it sure did.
And it wouldn't be nearly as useful in this chapter because these enemies that are like made out of fire, you can't set them on fire or something.
Yeah, you can't set them on fire. They still take a lot of damage from the Fire Spirits themselves. Come back here. Thank you.
Yeah, they still take like the impact damage. You can't set them on fire, which is a good
Yeah.
portion of the damage, but it's not all of the damage.
But we gotta climb up here a little bit. I'm gonna do a little climbing. This room's a little annoying. You have to be pretty quick about it, otherwise these steam vents will get you. If you angle it correctly, the steam vents can knock you upwards, which is really good, but really hard to do. Nice, clean movement. At least my movement's been clean, like...
Yeah, this is kind of tricky. Because I think you only get like a double jump, and then the next one is actually like an upswing, right?
And the upswing needs to come out, so it requires that you time and hold the attack button and push up. Getting upswings is backwards from what you think. It's not hold up and swing, it's hold, swing, and up. Why can't I get a left down smash here? That's bad. What is going on? I was still able to keep the juggle, but I lost damage, and that's annoying.
I'm a little confused at why that's happening like that.
I'm a little off on my stick. The stick needs to be recalibrated. I really do need just a new DS4, honestly. Like, this stick is starting to wear a little bit.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, we do like a 1, 2, 3, and then instead of the 4th hit of the combo, which wouldn't let us continue to juggle after the pause, we instead do like the down smash, and then immediately follow it up with the spiral claw on the ground. And it's a really tricky juggle to do, but like, I remember when you picked up this game, like, I don't think there was a known way to just continuously juggle on Cornelia.
There was not.
So this was, like, you developed this whole, like, combo sequence.
Yep. It's all me. I learned how to do that by trying different things. There's our key, by the way, to leave forever. But yeah,
and it is fairly precise timing because you know you have to down smash just at the right time, or else, you know.
I can buy whirlwinds here?
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Not that it's necessary, but what? I could solve all my problems if my alchemy is terrible with money?
I mean, we do less alchemy and just like buy more stuff.
What? Wait a minute.
Are we gonna like figure out another possible route change?
Are we gonna possibly find an alchemy route change that will save me time? Who knows? Here's Tiny Dragon Run Killer Part 2. This fight sucks a lot more.
Yeah, Cornelius' air game, not as good as Gwendolyn's air game. Not as good as anyone's air game.
Oswald also has Garbo for air game, but Oswald also doesn't have to fight this fight, so it doesn't matter. Oswald's bad air fight is worse than this. Didn't get the skip this time because, you know, didn't get the stun juggle. We're just gonna throw out a volcano potion here. Hitting this juggle on this fight is imperative to having a good time on this fight. This is the fight that I developed this juggle for.
Yeah, the whole like small hitbox and will literally run away from you and summon enemies and be annoying. Tiny Dragon Run Killer can really live up to this name. Live up to its name if you drop this struggle. Wondering now, is the book 7 fight against Tiny Dragon Run Killer difficult?
Which one?
The final book one.
Yeah, it's a really bad fight, but we'll get to that.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Cool, now it's got armor, and it's gonna hit me really hard if I make mistakes, so I should not make mistakes anymore. But you can see that not having to deal with a lot of the armor stage is really kind of useful for finishing. I don't want to be near him. Also, I'm out of power. That's bad. I needed one more shot there to kill it. I didn't want to die. Obviously, dying is bad. Dying is a time loss. Dying is not bad in this game.
Laser will pretty much one-shot you, right?
That does about 200 damage. It was too close to one-shot territory for me to feel comfortable.
Oh, I thought it did more than that.
It does more than enough damage to kill me there. But we're going to take Spark Bolt 3. We're going to get Assault High 3.
I thought it did along the lines of like 500 plus damage.
Oh, the laser beam? Oh, the laser beam would have incinerated me instantly. I'd have just died. I was even worried about dying to the dash there. The dash might have done enough damage, so. But we're gonna get the rest of our abilities now.
But Tiny Dragon Run Killer cost us some time, but didn't kill us. So the one nice thing about this game though is if you do die against a boss, you basically it auto saves right before the fight, like right when you entered the fight. Anything that you used during the fight, you'll have back, etc.
Yep, any fight. It's not even just boss fights, which is really nice,
even
honestly.
just regular rooms too. So it's really nice for casual defense.
Dying, however, very bad if you're trying to go fast.
It's not so great if you're trying to do anything else. I don't suggest dying.
So the armored enemies are surprisingly lightweight for what they are. It's really interesting how floaty they are when I'm juggling them. Like, they have a long launch animation. I actually don't need to open any more treasure chests. I'm gonna stop. There's only one I should be opening. It has an overload in it, and that's the only one I care about. So you know how we mentioned that we need keys for things? We need to go get a key for a door so we can continue progressing forward in Chapter 7. So we're gonna go obtain a key in a moment. Why are there more of you? There's two different routes we could take to get the Iron Key, by the way. We take this one because it's a slightly easier fight for Cornelius than the other room. These are wizards and we hate them. They teleport. But here's Cadle Balog, which is a gigantic overdrive sword slash that takes 50 bosons to fire off, hitting the entire screen for like over 3,000 damage. And I never have the points to use it in the run. But yeah, the Iron Key, one of the easiest fights in the game. The goal is 6.66 seconds. I've done it once. But we've got the key we need, so we're going to unlock this door. And so now this is where the fruit of our alchemy comes into play. This is where we're going to start popping some potions. This, if you could explain this one while I do all of my setup so I can get it done fairly quickly.
Oh. This boss is going to split. And it can split potentially 2 times into 4 slimes. By freezing it, we're basically going to attempt to skip entirely the splitting phases and just kill it as a single slime. The big thing that we really want to avoid is the second split, which, the second split, like, the tiny 4 slimes will bounce all over the room.
I just got it. I barely got it. Sorry, continue.
So yeah, so we're basically chaining ice damage potions to kill it extremely fast and not have it split at all. So I swear that boss could have done something if it wasn't an ice cube.
Yeah. And I almost didn't get it. I was 1 hit away from it splitting.
Oh wow, really? Oh, the
You're not supposed
split.
You're not supposed to pop the. Not supposed to pop. What's that?
The first split isn't the worst.
Yeah, getting it into 2 is fine. It's the second split that's very bad, but also the fact is you're not supposed to crack the overload instantly. You're supposed to let the ice do a little bit of damage first, so you're not doing like 100% more damage. But I like to live on the edge and do more damage because I like getting the sub-minute fight.
Sub-minute fight is incredible there.
I need to toe tap this room real quick for teleportation purposes later, and now we're gonna go left and get 1 more key before we can finish this run.
We're basically just like activating a checkpoint by going into the room and then leaving.
Mm-hmm. That was a little sketch there, but that's fine. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot real bad. We're gonna go left out of this room. Jump over these wizards who are being wizards. Do I have a volcano potion left over? I don't. Okay, that's fine. Oh hey, I got a commemorative coin. That's neat. That's how you get the best food items in the game. Where am I going? I'm having a moment.
Knight, kind of a straightforward boss.
Yeah. Gonna fire off 2 more shots here for the stun. Because as long as it's got the dizzy status, it takes bonus damage. So we want to take advantage of that when our chain is low to help build up our chain and do more damage while we're doing it. The big thing is that the down slashes do a lot of damage on their own. They're one of the Cornelius' hardest hitting attacks.
Yeah, so having it as part of your juggle combo is really good. Like, if you pull the like 4 if you're like spinning it.
I keep losing my chain on this fight because I don't drill through regular attacks. I try to attack through them, and that doesn't give you armor state. There's our key, though. That fight always takes a while. It's just a big sack of hit points, as so many bosses can be on this run. Let me go here. Open this door. So remember how the last boss of the last run was super dangerous and bad for us all? That is not the case here. The last boss here is the first boss of the Gwendolyn run. It's Belial. Big sack of hit points and not doing a lot of moving around. I have an extra Fire Spirits. How did that happen? Oh, I don't use one. I got an extra one. But yeah, we're gonna throw the kitchen sink right now. If you have a kitchen sink, get ready to throw it.
Or we're even throwing like the extra Phazon potion.
Gotta get that sweet, sweet MP.
Yes, I guess use it. A way to like dash through the enemy the way that like Gwendolyn does. Or not
Yeah,
really.
Nope, we use drill and then hop over the top of the boss to get to the back.
Okay.
But yeah, that fight.
I was just wondering
that
if
fight
that's the only way or not.
it is. You don't have a way of getting through the hitbox. But a totally anticlimactic final fight. Let's get out of here.
I mean, to be fair, we did use like 6 offensive potions on it, so
Yeah, we threw
like
literally
we did
the
the
kitchen
fire
sink at
pillar
it.
the entire time with like a level 4 blaze, level 4 fire spirit,
Yeah.
level 7 overload for almost double damage or more than double damage.
Yep. This is nowhere close to world record, obviously. Yeah, 110.
Don't end up poison on fire full of swords. Thank you, Propness.
Yes. 110. That fight's hard. That run's tough.
Kids, this is what happens when you mix cleaning chemicals without reading the labels.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Want to take 5?
Yeah, taking 5 sounds good right now.
I think taking 5 would be a good idea.
Your hands probably need the break.
Yeah, I need a minute. For sure, so we'll take 5, I think. So, if anyone wants to... if there's a break screen or something, that'd be really handy, because we're gonna take a break.
You can pet the cat.
We can pet the cat for a moment. But yeah, I'm actually gonna need to step away from my desk for a moment while we take this break. So. All right, I will be right back.
Interesting is picking up Socrates there, your cat, is also how you look at the story archives. You like plop down in the chair and you tell your cat the stories that you were reading.
All right, I presume we're on another break right now?
We are indeed on a 5-minute break.
Good. Well, hello everyone. Welcome to Fastest First, of course. I did watch some of that while I was in the middle of working myself, and gosh, oh, that looks so. It looks like, even though I know it's a 1 or 2 button game, God, that looked fun. It just looked like a lot of action on screen at once, and I mean, kudos to the art design, kudos to the art director of this game. It looks fantastic.
It feels that way to play too. Like it's very good about making you feel good about things, and like despite being a 1 or 2 button like combo game, there's still a lot of trickiness to the speedrun and like the timing on some of those juggles. Like I mentioned earlier that like before Demi picked up this game, there was no known way to continuously combo on Cornelia. She literally developed that tech and like used it to push down the world record by like several minutes.
Yeah, I noticed some of those combos. It's just, wow. It oddly enough reminds me a little bit, and this is the Sonic speedrun anime coming out. It reminds me a little bit of the combat as the Werehog in Unleashed, a little bit. In that there are some certain like chains of patterns that can almost lock enemies and even bosses in that regard, and I noticed that a lot when I was watching through. When did this game? So this you earlier mentioned that this was originally a PS2 title. Is that right?
Odin Sphere is a PS2 title. Odin Sphere Leifthrasir is a PS4 title.
Is it a sequel? Is it a remake?
It is a remake, redesign. It's like Odin Sphere, the original game's kind of clunky, and actually, like if you play Leifthrasir, it actually also offers you classic mode, so you can get just how clunky the original was. It was a much needed redesign of a lot of the systems. Everything from like the combo system, like basic attacking in the original one to power, and like it just like it didn't flow especially well.
I mean, this looks like it throws really well, so I guess
It
that's
flows
truly the
incredibly well.
tantamount. It's tantamount to how essentially they sort of rebuilt themselves from the ground up, I suppose.
Yep. Yeah, they basically took the same story and created like same visual themes and design and completely redesigned the combat systems and the currency systems and pretty much everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely. I honestly was not aware of this game until it was announced as a showcase here. To be completely honest, because it seems like a more obscure title, but I have absolutely loved seeing it, and it genuinely, this is one of the most beautiful games I've seen in a good while. It has some really amazing art design.
All right, sorry about that. I'm back.
We were just talking about this game.
Don't be sorry. Please do not be sorry for needing to take a break after mashing the same one or two buttons for the past hour. Seriously,
Fair.
please rest your hands. Stretch them. Stretch. I recommend always doing stretching exercises before you get back into a run like this.
I did. I'm good about that.
Good.
I've grown old, and that requires that I take care of myself. But yeah, I heard you were both talking about the original. So when the PS2 came out originally in Gotta Send 2001. This game came out fairly near to the end of the lifespan of the
2007.
PS2.
7 it says.
What? Yeah, the game is like from 07, but like the PS2 came out in 2001, was an extremely powerful console for its time. The original Odin Sphere actually used to slow down on the PS2. The art, the 2D sprites were too detailed and moved too fast, and caused the game to slow down.
That sounds like a PS2 era title.
like it is one of the very few PS2 titles that was really bad about it, but it's also like the only 2D PS2 title that could do that.
I see. Yeah, that's interesting though. Where could people see or play or see the game today? If you'd recommend any.
It's on the PS4 store.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
It's available for PS3. Interestingly, PS3 because again it came out in like 16. PS3, PS4, and the PS Vita. So if you have a PS TV,
oh heck yeah. Yes,
if you have one of the 19 PS TVs that are out there, you can get it there too. But yeah, primarily PS4. It's like never on sale. Vanillaware games are like never on sale, which is a little sad. But game is excellent. Very funny story is that I bought the collector's edition when it came out, and I had not yet met my fiancée Ametrine at the time. So when I moved in with her a couple of years ago, of course, she also has a collector's edition copy of Odin Sphere.
That is how you know that it's meant to be.
That's how you know it's going to probably be a pretty good relationship.
Seriously, I mean, you both own the same fairly obscure title. That means you're gonna go places.
Yeah, I mean, Odin Sphere was the reason why Vanillaware was able to survive as long as it did, honestly, because it sold really well. And, like, when the game ran good, it was, like, even the original was, like, really, really a good game. Like, one of the major changes between this and this version, the Leifthrasir version, is that a lot of your things that are potions in this version were spells in the original. Like, Gwendolyn, for example, had Cyclone as a boson ability, not as a potion. And so, again, big revamps. Should I get back into it, I guess? I think we should get back into it, right?
If you're ready, I mean, honestly. There's no rush at all. I mean,
I could talk about I could talk about the game and pet the cat for another 3.5 hours if I really wanted to.
I don't think that's the best use of the
time. No. All right.
Maybe not. Okay, you convinced me for a bit, and then I realized, wait, no. I'm sorry,
right.
but we must make your fingers hurt again.
Do you need a countdown to restart the timer, or is the timer
still
still
the timer's still been going. The timer's been going the entire time.
Wait, timer's been going. Shoot, I better get back to it.
Alright, let's read Fairyland.
What's that?
I'm happy to pause at the end of each one if you prefer.
No, it's fine. It actually lets us keep track of the actual time. Cool, we're a fairy. Mercedes is amazing. She's also a very different character than all the rest because she has a crossbow. She can fly. But we pause there. We do a quick pause at that point to save ourselves a little bit of time. Because it actually causes part of the tutorial to clip out. So you lose the start of the tutorial, which saves about 10 seconds. Because who wants to see tutorial content? I know how to play the game. I'm going to show you that I know how to play the game, dang it. We need this money, by the way. We need 60 gold by the end of chapter 1. But yeah, now we'd normally learn the story of, you know, of the fairyland and of all the fairies, and that your mom, so in the cutscene between chapter 0 and chapter 1, your mom goes to fight Odin. This goes about as well as you think it would for a princess in a video game. So now this becomes one chapter of attempting to consolidate your rule over the fairy people, and 6 chapters of wanting to go absolutely kill the heck out of Odin, because that guy is a jerk.
It's like 2 chapters of trying to consolidate your rule, because the first chapter kind of goes poorly on that front.
Yeah, like, it doesn't start out very well. Chapter 2, we get it all figured out, but, you know... Why can't I do proper glides? Why? This room's super hard to do fast because you'll notice shooting expends my power bar. So I have to be very careful about that because it takes time to regenerate. So I cannot fire constantly, which would be broke as heck. Importantly, though, you get 25 phosons and 1 level before that room when you do it correctly. I did it incorrectly when I was warming up earlier, because reasons. But we get round shot, which we'll see a lot of. It is not our primary, boss killing ability. It is our primary AoEing ability, though. And we'll get speed flight, which lets us go fast. Speed tech in particular, flying is really interesting because you can just hold X to fly, but you don't fly very fast even with the speed boost. But I need to heal. I need to remember to grab everything. But if you tap the attack button while you're in flying and hold down the dodge button all at the same time, you throw yourself across the screen. We're gonna bind this to forward.
Like a
Let it rip.
flight guard animation that you then immediately cancel and you don't even see it start, really?
Yeah.
Something.
Yep. Bad. But yeah, you absolutely tear across the screen. There's our Saturn bangle, by the way, which is what we're trying to make money for. But we're trying to fire these charge shots off because A, they do a bunch of damage, they home, but also they are pretty power efficient.
Mercedes can kind of take if you stand on the ground for a moment and do nothing for approximately 1 second, 1.5 seconds, he will reload her crossbow and just refill her power gauge. And there's some little animation canceling that Demi can do while doing this.
Plenty of money. So take my healing tonics. I don't want them. Take this. That's 15 gold. Thank you. We're at 61. Have to cancel that menu. We're going to buy 2 more Saturn bangles. So now we have... These are the only bangles we get this run. I wish I could get the upgraded ones. They are too slow. I went in the wrong menu. I'm very good at this game. I re-talked to the shopkeeper. God, everything's perfect. Can I reset? We're not going to reset. It's fine. Hey, it's Belial again. But we want to make sure we have a full power bar for the last hit point, for the last health bar, so that we can just tear through it, because Belial has an attack that takes it underground. And if it goes underground, two things happen. One, I can't hit it. And two, much more annoyingly, it gets death immunity for the duration of the attack, which is really bad. So this is first shot.
Back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the death immunity, basically, even when it comes back up, it won't die until it actually finishes the rest of the animation. And then it will be able...
This is unsurprisingly awful. But yeah, there's the fairies that are loyal to you because you're the queen now, because your mom is turbo dead. And now you need to go and kick the crap out of all of the ones who are trying to fight you, because you know we're gonna finish the process of consolidating our power this chapter. As you can see, Mercedes is a really cool walk cycle too. Like it's very fluid. We don't see it very often because walking is super slow.
We have these fairy wings. We're gonna use them.
Heck yeah. Where am I going? Hi, it's me, I'm lost. I'm lost in a game I speedrun.
That sounds like a time loss.
Yeah, don't get lost.
The time is lost now.
The nice thing about Mercedes is, though, is that she has like 7 different ways to get through enemies who are blocking. So blocking doesn't stop her from just destroying you anyway.
Like, I'm blocking, and you're like, well, I have a gun.
I have a gun. Can you block the power of gun? Unsurprisingly, the answer is no. See that enemy is blocking? It's dead now. You may or may not be able to disintegrate Faye with the crossbow. Also, there's a little bit of a backblast on the round shot, so enemies that are right on top of you will still get blown away. Alright. So we're gonna fight Oswald now, because he is he's helping lead the other side of the fairy revolution. the big thing is that also his stun threshold is literally 0. So if I hit him with this, he will... Left inputs, please. So we can juggle Oswald. We can keep him up here in the air for a while.
So we run out of ammo.
My controller dead zone to the left is a little weird. That's what it is.
Oh. That's not great.
I blocked that. Wow, I didn't know Oswald did all these attacks. I usually don't see any of them. We're gonna pretend that went much better than it did and move on. We get spread shot. Spread shot's kind of cool. If it didn't use phosons, it would be even better. But it fires a bunch of shots in an arcing pattern, which at point blank range does a lot of damage. And I've considered building it into the run, but I don't think it works. We actually take charge up with Mercedes first, because we need the power recovery more than we need literally anything else. She is the only one who takes the right tree first. What's that?
Getting your ammo back
is important.
You know, also puts gourmet on our map.
Yeah, we get it
Our
next.
next kill early, which is 20% extra XP from food. And that'll kind of like set the tone for this whole character. Is that like we'll have less gear on Mercedes and less. Oh.
Yeah.
It's another bit more. Like,
I did not want to enter the menu. I just needed to pause for a moment. Maybe I shouldn't have gone cold into this run. Maybe that was a bad idea. Also, so I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry. Is this better?
Yeah, it's much better.
Oh, okay. I think it was just a mic positioning issue then.
Ah. But yeah. I'm seeing attacks I've never seen before, or at least haven't seen in a long time, because when I first played through this game, originally, when I did all the trophies, I did them all on hard. The game is super grindy on hard, to say the least. Also, everything is super lethal. I should be able to talk to you. I landed in front of you. But yeah, let's get that bread. Again. For the third time.
That bread.
Also, getting hit is not the worst thing here, because it does give me my power back. This is the shortest of the 5 routes, by the way, but it also has the most difficult tech and the most difficult rooms in it by a wide margin.
I thought Velvet was also really tough for certain things.
Yeah. Velvet's also fairly difficult, but like...
Mercedes is kind of the one that's like, I'm playing a slightly different game than everyone else, though.
Yeah. It's part of why it makes it challenging. Also, I don't think I usually do this room. I think I usually do the other room. This room's a cooler fight, so, you know. But yeah, a lot of the time you'll see me dodging through enemies. 2 dodges is enough time once you have first shot maxed out to reload your first shot, which has slight piercing and does like extra damage, like nearly triple damage at max level. And we'll save that last loaf of bread we get for later alchemy. That's why we buy 3 instead of 2. So I can use 1 for my alchemy. Do I have a toxin potion? How am I doing? I'm doing good. Cool. Wagner's immune to fire effect, but can be poisoned. So you want to throw as many toxins as you can at him, because this fight otherwise is pretty awful. Wagner can't be juggled and is super aggressive and summons fire spirits and does some other annoying things and will fly around the battlefield. The thing that makes Mercedes super tough is that she's really bad at stun locking enemies. But she is good at dealing with flying bosses because, you know, hitting them is not hard. But Wagner tells us about the prophecy and then tells us to heck off. This is where we learned about how the weapons are able to steal the souls of our enemies. Literally. That is literally what they do. Here's Hunter Shot. Can you explain Hunter Shot?
Oh, Hunter Shot. It spit out a couple green orbs and they home in on enemies, and then they hit the enemy when they hit it, and then they pass through it and turn around and hit it again and again and again and again. And this sounds, if this sounds great for boss fighting, it is.
Yeah, it's a little less good on multiple small enemies because the homing is not super efficient, changing from target to target. So bosses that summon other enemies can be a little annoying. But if you wanna off a boss right now, there's nothing more Phozon efficient because it uses Phozon power than this ability. We never get any of Mercedes' power abilities, and she does actually have a couple of them. I can menu, I promise. Hunter shot, set shortcut. This will get set to down. And we're gonna fire it now, but it's the 3 orbs. And you can have 6, you can have more orbs on the screen. I backdashed that. Good news is this chapter is going to give us a ton of cheese, which is great. And milk, so we're going to make yogurt like we did in the Gwendolyn route at one point to enhance our cheese. Mercedes is not lactose intolerant, by the way.
Nom 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 nom.
We eat a lot of cheese and a lot of yogurt, and it's fine. Alright, we don't do anything in Chapter 4 shopping-wise, so we're going to skip the shop. Hey, a backup plan. So yeah, this is when the boss splits.
Unfortunately, Mercedes does not have a great way to do the same split skip. We can at least delay it as long as possible.
However, she's actually not super bad at fighting these as they are. Like, you trap them in the corner with the Blaze Potion and they just bounce around for a while. Or the Cyclone Potion, excuse me. You can do it with the Blaze as well.
Yeah, she's a lot better at fighting these than Cornelius would be.
Yeah, so I'm not super put out by getting the miss there.
Guess that's what you would do on Cornelius, like what you would attempt on Cornelius if you somehow let them skip split. But
Now, Cornelius, there's a reason I pop a 7 overload on it. That's illegal. That boss cannot split on Cornelius. It is very bad for
yeah,
my
he
morale.
just kind of like like Cornelius is like sitting there on the floor with his sword, and you're like, there are these enemies flying around. What the hell am I supposed to do about that?
Yeah, the thing is that they bounce. It's interesting as they bounce off the edge of the screen, so you can keep them trapped against like a potion that you fire out. But is it optimal? No. Is it close to optimal? No. Do you want to do it? No.
Because Mercedes can keep shooting when she's doing that.
Yeah, as well as her. Also, her AOE is pretty spectacular. So. Cool, but we're going to use this level 3 material and this level 1 milk and this egg. We're going to put them all together. We're going to make a level 5 yogurt. We're going to drink it. Could have made it to level 6, but level 5 is plenty. And then we're going to eat all this cheese. So we're slamming some cheese for levels, and then we're going to go and fight another boss. Oh, I know a boss is coming up. Hey, Silly, you know a boss is coming up? God, all of Mercedes' boss fights at this point are terrible. So, you know how we talked about wizards teleporting earlier? What if we gave a wizard like 1,000,000 hit points? And some guards.
That's pretty miserable. So are you saying that like this boss will just like randomly teleport away from us?
Yes.
I have like 10 seconds of life when it does.
Yeah,
And there's no way to stop it?
correct.
That sucks.
We kind of accept the fact that I'm not going to hit the juggles on this fight because I'm out of practice.
There's some incredibly tight juggles, and the combo that you like to call the full Marvel 3.
That is an Oswald thing only, thankfully.
Oh, is that the Oswald only one? What's
Yeah,
what's the one that Mercedes can do in this one? I thought you had a name for that one too.
Shoot. Hers is just a standard flight juggle, which is still a pain.
Like an off the top of the screen one on her as well, I thought.
Yeah.
Thought that had a name. Or maybe it was just like us being silly one time that I was commentating. I don't know.
But yeah, I'm not going for juggles here. I have no confidence in my Mercedes play right now. And the wizard's like just deciding to dodge everything.
He's just like literally, he like appears in a spot, and we're firing the 100 shot. And you can actually see on the little mini map on the top right that the 100 shot is just like he wasn't there anymore by the time the shot that was fired lands. It just goes right through him. There's no way to do damage there.
Yeah, Mercedes is literally like again, I think it's the hardest of the 5 runs for me at least, because it plays so. I don't want to say oddly. It just plays differently.
Yeah, she's playing a different game than everyone else.
Unsurprisingly, we're definitely taking power supply because I want power when I kill my enemies. And then we'll go grab the left tree to finish out the run. But we have all our power regeneration skills now. Keep away is useful, but not super high priority. The only other advantage is since we don't need to buy additional bangles on this route, we're gonna go get a ton of food. We're gonna get a ton of fish instead this chapter. We basically sell everything for experience points at this point, and we get a lot of experience. But we have to go to Heck as well. I don't remember why we go here.
Like we'd like to give you lore percent, but we don't remember well enough.
I don't remember the lore anymore.
It doesn't make sense anymore.
I can't even get a left input on my stick on this PS4. Like, and it's not like an SNES controller where I could just replace the rubber in it.
Unfortunately.
But yeah, when I was working on getting the Mercedes record, I had to play a lot of Mercedes compared to other characters because of all the differences. This is Halia. Halia likes to teleport and swing its scythe at you. Much like how the Valkyries are the keepers of the revered dead, Halia is just Halia will take anybody. But the really annoying thing about this particular fight is just the teleporting and this ad summoning means that I get stuck in situations where like I cannot do a ton of damage in this fight. This should be enough to get the kill though. But this is the room with our locked door to the end. That's not the route I take. This is actually a pretty easy one-way fight. We're gonna fly to the left real fast here. We're gonna fight Boltergeist again. Again, this summons the ads. Having power supply means that I can just dump my clip and then hit it with the round shot if it has orbiters. Which will quickly fill my power gauge back up so I can continue shooting. So cool. That fight always takes a minute, but that's fine. Here's our key to fighting Odette. But we do need to make one quick stop in the room to the left. But we buy a lot of experience points here. And then we take our biggest material. We take our biggest milk. Take this loaf of bread. Take the shine potion. Take these small healing tonics. We're going to keep the big one. Alright, we slap all of this in there. We make a level 6 yogurt. We're going to drink it. We're going to eat we're gonna eat a lot of sushi now, folks. Microphone cell.
Sushi seems like an odd combination.
Yeah, but you'll see that we went from 400 hit points to 600 hit points. But yeah, sushi and yogurt, because we're worth it, I guess.
Because
What's that?
Because self-care?
Sure. Sometimes it's what you need to make it through the day. Look, they serve you ice cream for dessert in sushi restaurants. I've been to a sushi restaurant before, I swear. You can just usually eat them in the opposite order. It's fine. Hi, Odette. So Odette in this particular fight loves to summon ads. She summons tentacles, she summons spirits, she summons pretty much anything that you could think of, she'll summon it. If it's dead, it might show up in this arena. We're gonna successfully backdash the blinding flash, which stuns us. Oh, we're gonna try and get into position here. Throw this. Again, in spider form, it's great because she doesn't move around a ton. And again, we get 2 health bars here instead of 1 out of this Blaze Potion, so it's super good. So we get the value. Yeah, set me on fire, that's cool. We even get the right attack here. Being on fire, regenerating your power is so important. But yeah, you can see with 2 sets of spheres on the screen, it just rips through bosses pretty easily. So we're going to keep upgrading that because obviously it is a good skill that does damage. But yeah, now we get Keep Away, which gives a little bit of bonus knockback, which is kind of handy. And then ground attack, which does more damage against grounded foes. Lally ho! This isn't free enterprise. This is Odin Sphere. wrong mythos. What's going on? Yeah, one of the other games a lot of us play, of course, is Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise, and I am no exception to that rule, being part of the workshop helpers as well, and still as part of testing team. So yeah. So we need to get the Origin of Fire because we need to uphold our part of the prophecy. Also, we want to punch Onyx in the teeth. Ow. Really good at flying. That's just... This entire game is about the prophecy, in fact, so yeah, that's accurate. But we need to get a couple of these lantern keys to get through everything. So we're gonna grab them and go.
Oh. Sorry.
It's fine.
A 2-year-old just got very excited. My wife is home.
Yay.
That's also interesting because the prophecy like talks about Yggdrasil and like how Yggdrasil, or like how the world tree will stop the fire that's consuming the world, and like there is no, like everyone's like there is no world tree.
Yeah, world tree's not real.
What's going on? That's not real.
Why do I even try? But yeah, there's a big prophecy that runs through this game. All of the books that we are not reading. I need this level 4 healing tonic, but not right now. Ow! I thought I was okay. I thought I would get the stun break. I was wrong. I was wrong and bad. If you told me that this was the boss I was gonna die to today, I wouldn't have believed you.
You know, Dirkberg.
Yeah, I had taken a lot of damage and I missed the stun break, which. And
Yeah,
then
you kind of go into that fight intentionally low health too, right?
So this is the fight. I want to end this fight at low health,
Oh, okay, sorry.
which is really easy to do apparently, because I've got to 0.
Little too far.
Little
you
too
were
far.
saying earlier how like the only important hit point is the last one. You can't lose that last one.
I sure can't. Oh, there we got the stun break this time. No, please stop. Please don't do it. I have to let this rip here. There's the second key we need. You know, you'll see it again. Death is not like such a bad thing, honestly. It just takes you back a little bit. So there's a boss fight here, or a mini boss in this room. One of those sword soldiers that we fought earlier. The ones on the doors that have, you know, no armor but are made of fire. See, look, here she comes. Pop out, please. Don't make a liar of me. Right, she's here. We're gonna shoot her some. She missed? Did I tap over and fly over that? There we go. I died. That's bad. I go crashing to the earth. But I actually get past that fight without having to fight it. Also, that was embarrassing. I can't believe I died. Like, not intentionally.
This one, the auto scroller death is intentional because
It's
once you die on the auto scroller,
You don't have to do the auto scroller.
you don't have to do the
cool
auto
fight.
scroller. That's
It's a
basically
cool-
what the auto scroller is.
Is to skip them. It's a cool fight too, and I like doing it casually, but in speedrun we don't do it. We have better places to be. I can't believe I let myself get choco-butted. We want the food, because we need it. We fly up into the right, we fly to the right. And the bad boss arena fights continue. as we get the origin of fire, but we find out that there's a tiny dragon down here that wants to kill us. So now we've got to fight it in air-to-air combat. Really? That was not smart. Level 3 burn hurts a lot. What the world is going on? The only good news is that Leviathan is really juggleable. So we get to hold him at the top of the screen for a minute, or hold it at the top of the screen, which is grand. Gonna go get the crown, as it does, because I don't get a choice in the matter, because I'm playing as Mercedes.
Tiny Dragon Run Killer doing Tiny Dragon things.
Like I said, this is probably the one run I shouldn't have done cold.
The 221 hit points is making me nervous.
221, yeah, sure.
Where it is on my screen right now.
Or it's gonna get lower before it gets higher.
Yeah. Do not get laser beamed. Or charged. Or anything.
I'm alive. I hate that fight. I'm so out of practice. Man, if I ever offer
Cool
Mercedes
giant
to...
laser beam from a tiny dragon. That is
If
like
I
one
offer-
of my favorite things about that fight.
Yeah, it fires a gigantic, like, hyper death beam at you.
Yeah, it will kill you even if you're on level. It will just kill you.
It will just level your skull, basically. But yeah, please don't... If ever I submit this to a marathon, please make sure that I practice this particular route, like, 87 trillion times. Like, the rest of the routes I could do off muscle memory. This one is bad. I'm gonna take aerial defense because I don't feel like dying again. This slows down one particular death warp later in this chapter because we have a second death warp, but otherwise, welcome to the longest chapter in the game. So we finally get to the main battlefield. We finally made it. Waiting for us at the end is Jerk Dad, who killed our mom, so we hate him. So we're gonna give Odin what for? So it is time for us to fight Odin and pals. To the death. Also, every character gets a unique Chapter 7 music for the zone that they get for their Chapter 7. And this battle theme absolutely bangs. It's so good. Alright, moving on. I probably should have done Puka Village too as well, but I didn't do that. Considering how this run is going, it would have been just easier just to do it, just to have it done, or to have done it for the sake of survivability. I don't do it in the world record run because I buy all my experience in Chapter 5. But right now we need it, so should have gotten it. It's fine. So you step forward and you actually can't get hit by that potion because it actually throws it slightly forward before to break the bottle. So you can actually just stand right next to this boss to avoid getting hit by the potion bottle. And unsurprisingly, Cyclone Potion does a lot of damage to you. We'll do a Toxin extended juggle here because it's funny to me that we can use a Toxin to extend a juggle with Mercedes if we time it right. Trying to keep as many of these potions in tow for the end as I can, but
I did not know that Toxin extended juggle before you did it.
yeah. It's not a thing I do all the time, but you can use potions to force up to take an enemy that's in the air to the height of the potion and have it ride the wave of the crest of the potion for a moment.
We have a lot of volcanoes.
Do you think I'm gonna set Odin on fire? Because if you think I'm gonna set Odin on fire, what's that?
I think we're gonna set Odin on fire.
Perfect. Thank you, Blaze Potion. I want to take some intentional damage here, and that's a good way to do it, honestly. I don't want to take any more damage, that'd be bad. Also, the other neat thing is that you don't get threshold healing from Phozons if you have a status effect. So you can use the status effect to stop yourself from healing as much. But we're going to use the key that we got there to open this door. So this is the fight against Dwarven Airship. It's a really cool fight. If you play this game casually, do it. It rules. Like, it is a big gauntlet fight with a ton of enemies. Like, there's so much going on. I'm at 2 hit points, which sucks. Please kill me. Let me get the slow death here. Thank you. It's a really cool fight, and you should do it. I, of course, am going to opt out. I saved the rest of my food here so that I can get some healing that is well needed at this point and get to level 34. We were a couple fights away from the end. But I like to call the next 2 rooms, this one and the next end of the war, because this is literally where Mercedes kills. I guess you know, for scale, like hundreds of Valkyries in direct combat. And we grab that reward seed, which we need for this room. Alright, thank you so much for starting things up, Focus. And we alluded to earlier is that I do one particular thing right now for safety, which involves planting some seeds.
Gonna like plant the seed, so you normally plant the seed and you have to either like feed it phosons, but it has to absorb a certain number of phosons. Reward takes like 40 phosons, right? Where are we gonna get all those?
Yep.
Well, we're just gonna kill a bunch of Valkyries. And it will fuck in those seeds.
Yeah. We do have to be a little careful because this does mean I don't get the Phoson regeneration I normally do. So I will be out of Phoson power in a sec. But we want to have the reward on hand for the last fight.
Oh, lamb chops. Aren't those like actually pretty okay food?
Yeah. I just like growing the seeds because it makes me happy that I do it now.
Yeah, it's just, and it doesn't really take any extra time. It's just like, bloop. And then you get one of the best food quality, like the best quality food items in the game.
Yep.
Where's the plant that we planted, by the way? There it is. Normally it just absorbs enough from the battlefield. I'm surprised you had to.
I planted 2.
Oh, you planted 2.
Yeah, I don't normally plant 2, but that's the end of the war. And now it is time.
The titular, Odin's here.
You know what? It's time to go ham.
You left the lamb chop on the ground over there.
Did I?
Making a bad ham joke,
Ah.
but you did. Let's use all these volcano potions.
Thank you for backdashing, Odin. You're the best. Let me never say another bad word about you again. Hey, look, it's Odin. Hey, Odin, want some potions? There's the sphere, by the way. Odin's sphere.
One of the things that we did do in the plot that we skipped was upgrading our own crossbow so that, and it got a new name, and I forget the new name now, but so that it would be capable of shattering Odin's spear. That thing is scary. That just was 300 damage from getting hit once by it.
Yep, super casually. We're gonna throw this blaze in Odin's face here, because it will reflect back these bullets. Sphere's back.
Antidote potion. I do appreciate that, like, enemies will, like, drink an antidote potion to cure themselves of the poison that you inflicted on them.
It's only Odin.
Oh, only Odin does that? I thought some other bosses would do that too.
Some mini bosses will, but that Odin fight might have been kind of smooth, actually, all things considered.
We didn't have to deal with, like, some of the more scary. There's a couple other sphere attacks that are really scary to deal with, like the bouncy one.
Yep.
And I saw you guarded, like, one of the other, like, major sphere attacks.
Yeah. Until I could hit a frame where I could dodge out of it.
Uh-huh.
Did I sub hour is the question. The answer's no.
Choke about death.
Not by much though. Like without the choke about death, it's like a 58, which is fine. Record's like 55, but the record is silly.
Yeah,
Again, the record was like weeks and weeks and weeks of practice.
Weeks of practice, and also getting good RNG on Mr. Teleporting Wizard.
Yeah. Getting good RNG on that fight, getting just like having good control on the Tiny Dragon Run Killer fight, getting good juggles, like remembering how to juggle bosses other than Odin successfully. Also cracking the overload in a Fire Spirits after the first health bar, not before. But I just wanted to get through as much of the health as I could before the sphere showed up this time.
Uh-huh. Yeah, normally you want it to, like, be up when he pulled out the sphere so that you're going through that phase of the fight quickly.
Yeah, that I can absolutely burst him out. It's a hard fight.
It's a hard fight. There's a lot of moving parts.
It's a hard route in general. Again, that is definitely the hardest of the 5, which. All right. So Mercedes done.
Mercedes done. Are we gonna skip Oswald?
Oh, we're gonna skip Oswald. Having a load of save, and we're just gonna skip Oswald. I actually practiced Oswald. We're not skipping this. This run might actually be okay.
This unique emo sword mechanic.
Yeah, we're gonna go through a tutorial in a second.
It's not as unique as Mercedes has done so, but it is pretty neat. If only he didn't have the limitation that he kind of sucks when he's not in.
Oh, he's awful when he doesn't have the juice, but when he's powered up, he's really good. Here we go. He also kills dragons. He's kind of a jerk. He kills a dragon in the epilogue.
Kills a dragon in the prologue, doesn't he?
Kills a dragon in the prologue. Yes, that's what I meant. Not the epilogue. The beginning, not the end. I got it. I didn't screw it up. I finally didn't screw up the tutorial.
So the tutorial on this one that she didn't screw up, quote unquote, is basically trying to generate your berserk. So you have a berserk base, and the stab and drain thing is way faster at building berserk gauge than anything else you can be doing. But it is super precise on the hitbox, and these trolls are kind of trolly and jumpy, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So if you whiff that, then you are just bad.
You're having a bad time. Yeah. Also, if there's multiple enemies on top of each other, you can get berserk really fast. So we want to re-berserk here. And a bugbear shows up to the party and is like, yo, I'm here to party. And I'm like, yo, you're a terrible enemy who deserves to get absolutely wrecked on the stream. So we wreck it and we'll de-berserk, and I actually have 2/3 gauge instead of 1/2, so that was a great tutorial.
It's a lot of just like berserk gauge management, because we are going to use it on regular enemies too. We're not saving it for bosses or anything.
Yeah, there's certain bosses I want to have it for, but yeah, we're going to be using it on mini bosses primarily. And some enemy packs, because they really are bad.
Also, we're going to be kind of managing like how much berserk we use as well, especially when we're popping it on like regular packs of enemies, where we're going to cancel it early so we don't drain the whole gauge. so that we can
Yeah.
have it full again for the next time we want to.
I might not be so nuanced today.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the things that are going through your head, regardless of whether you're doing it perfectly.
Yeah. Welcome to slide canceling, my favorite mechanic to have discovered in this silly game. Slide canceling. So, on lightweight regular enemies, so like Valkyries, Elves, Dwarves, but not the Warriors, the tiny Dwarves, they float a little bit when I hit them with the forward fourth part of my attack combo. If I'm holding forward at the same time that I hit the button, you do a little jumping attack. Normally it's a 2-hit swing, but you'll do a little forward jumping attack. It's 1, 2, 3, and forward. As opposed to, if I'm neutral, it's that. The thing is, on lightweight enemies, or on blocking enemies, you might have seen me doing it a little bit on blocking enemies earlier. But now what happens is that if an enemy gets caught up in if an enemy is slightly off the ground when you slide kick them, you can immediately cancel the slide kick into regular attacks again. Which we are going to use throughout the entirety of this run to speed through enemy packs as fast as we can. We're also going to combine it with a couple of our other moves within our repertoire to extend juggles in really interesting ways. We're going to get a move at the end of this chapter that lets us grab enemies and spin around them and, like, break their necks. Needless to say, we're going to let that rip a fair bit. Also, I should be grabbing stuff because I need 60 by the end of this chapter. I usually don't need to sell anything, but it's just for safety. The other thing is that when you're Berserk, when you standing dodge, you actually do 4 attacks when you standing dodge. You cut through an enemy. Wow, that's really bad. I usually have gauge at the end of this fight. A little slow. I missed my last 2 dodges. I've been talking a lot.
Have you been drinking enough water?
I have been drinking a bunch of water, but I need to probably crack another one at this point. So we're gonna let the enemies all come into play here. So we're dashing over here to make a left exit first, because I need this room on my map for a checkpoint for buying bracelets. Also, leaving a room and re-entering it opens the treasure chest if you don't open it yourself, so it's okay. But yeah, you can just do this one by reflecting back all of the explosives. It doesn't have enough health to really survive a bunch of those explosions. That didn't go great, but that's okay. So we get the blue key. We need to open up a specific door, not the first one, but the second one, to get a red key. I open up the correct door, right? I'm nice, I'm good, okay. And with 71 cash in tow, we're gonna talk to this guy. Get these 2 bracelets, much like before. Use the red key on this door. And we need to go to the left for a sec here, because we need to get Craze Grip.
Craze Grip we're gonna see a whole lot of.
We're gonna see a lot of
Our
this
main
move.
Power Spender. It doesn't look as impressive as some of his other ones, but it's just an extremely fast animation, which is one of the things that kind of pushes it ahead of some of the other abilities.
It also does a lot of stun, which is nice. So we're gonna assign all of our abilities that we've gotten so far, because we actually do assign, we also assign Vile Rush, even though it doesn't get a lot of use, because it's good for juggling enemies. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna very quickly, we're gonna hit the wrong attack again. We're gonna set Rush to up and Grip to forward. We're gonna hit the Grip here. The only nice thing is that if I get the slow start, Grip will just rip the shields off one at a time on their own. And now that all the shields are off, let's get angry. Also, if you grip when you're Berserk, it does a giant aura of damage around it, which is good and bad simultaneously. But yeah, we just tear through Brigand's health bars once the shields are down. Not getting fast Brigand's a nuisance, but what are you going to do? And we get our third ability that we actually use, which is Serpent Grief, which will bind to down, which is our projectile attack. It fires a wave that leaps forward and does many, many, many hits. It is very good as well.
There is the sliding in the Berserk form. Does a lot of damage by itself.
Yeah, just step dodging is really good.
But that doesn't work outside of, like, that particular thing doesn't work without the fight cancel in not Berserk mode, right?
Yeah. In Berserk mode, it's just faster just to go for grips or go for dodge throughs. That teaches about the gold potion, which makes gold.
Yeah, just like make gold with alchemy, right?
Yep. Turn enemy blood into gold. Or lead.
Oh, is
One or
that
the other.
Take souls.
You take souls. Everything requires souls, yes. That is the problem. cannot steal the soul, cannot steal the berserk energy from mini bosses. But we're also gonna bind up Serpent's Grief here. We're gonna put it on down.
It's going to be one of our major foes on power spenders, right?
It is our only foes on power spender, in fact. I'm gonna use a little bit of berserk here for speed, just to finish it up real fast. Do I have this key yet? I don't. Heck. Right, that was a toe tap. I go down and left. There's a lot of keys in the Oswald route to keep together. But there's the key to the Valentinian door, the royal key. Valentine being the ruined kingdom of Velvet, who we have met in combat. They found this mysterious artifact called the Cauldron, and it destroyed all of their people. It is the crux of the war between the fairies and the Valkyries, because it is said to give you the power to the world.
Yeah, it's this huge font of power that, like, you know, supposedly lets you, like, do all sorts of powerful things. It runs on souls.
It runs on souls. Like all things in this world, it runs literally on the souls of your fallen enemies.
I mean, that's because we've been, like, killing people with these, like, soul-fucking weapons that are made from, like, crystals of the underworld.
Yeah, like, they're literally designed to tear the souls out of people.
Odin is really upset that we have them. That's, like, why she's not giving anyone a free pass.
Yeah, that's why she's angry at, like, everybody.
Yep. And then we keep her on, like, Gwendolyn is actually the last person to confront her, and actually just, like, kills Odette entirely.
Yeah, she kills Odette to death. I don't know how. This fight's garbage. This fight is super hard. If you grip them while you are in angry mode, by the way, it forces them to teleport. So you have to be a little careful. Ow? But I wanted to get an angry mode grip in there with my last action because it does so much good damage. Are they teleporting together? Are they being bros? Oh wait, they stopped being bros, unfortunately. If they teleport together, this is a good fight that is not hard or bad in any way. If they don't, this fight is awful and I hate it. And now it is time to get angry to finish the fight. Wait, he was guarding and didn't teleport. That's a way to avoid a teleport, right? And they're both gone now. That fight went really well. I'm happy. This is Fatal Raid, which makes you jump, and jumping attacks are all really terrible in this game. We're never going to level it up. We're going to level up Craze Grip instead. This makes our grip further, so we dash forward longer. Requires a little bit more control because you can get stuck in the dashing animation, which is pretty bad, but otherwise it's fine. And here's Backstab. We get to knife people in the back, because we're evil. So we're gonna try and get the rebellion going. This is where we would get Belial to help fight Mercedes later. So it's weird. I was having a hard time getting lefts and rights, but little subtle half-up dashes there I was having no problem doing. But yeah, as you can see, most bosses at this point are just dash through, save your power for this for Oswald, because we need to do some damage later. But yeah, we're gonna go right and right. Bees, yeah. Nope. Keep your claws to yourself, bears. That is a room I practiced a lot in the past, for obvious reasons. We absolutely need. There's a shine potion we get from there that we absolutely need for when we get to the underworld. And we are here to get to that breads. We're gonna jump over the breads first. Makes the bread taste better.
what jumping over the bread has to do with it tasting better, but...
Neither do I.
Okay.
We're gonna get a lot of bread here, though.
Serpent ability is really satisfying to use, I will say.
Except when it jumps directly over every enemy you're firing at, and then it's really sad.
Yeah,
I don't want to
the
be
tiny
sad.
frogs, I guess, are a little good at that, unfortunately.
And I want to be happy. I don't want to be sad. So the frogs jumped in the way of the fire. It was good. You conjure the very hot fires of hell from your hands. I mean, sorry, heck. My mistake. The fires of heck from your hand. Hey, you want to kill a dragon? I can't believe that you're here for this, considering the number of dragons that get absolutely attacked on this stream. Don't get any ideas, Belial. Everyone's so mean to dragons in games. I try not to be, but they're trying to eat me. It's kind of bad.
Thing as before, if you weren't watching earlier, if Belial goes underground, like, not only is there a time period where we can't attack him, but when he comes back up, he can't die during the animation of coming back above the ground until he's all the way above the ground. So that's like even more time loss than it sounds like.
But yeah, we take Avenger and Dark Charge here. Dark Charge doubles our power recovery during Berserk mode, which combines with Power Charge, which combines with everything else to make our power go basically infinite during Berserk. We also took Extent of Madness, which gives us more time in the Berserk state. This is also real good. Also, for the start of this chapter, you're pretty close on experience points, which is nice. Like, these first fights go really fast because you're almost at the point where you have the right amount of health, or the right amount of levels to fight things. So with Bangles, it goes real fast. I usually go down for some reason. I don't know why I was going down. Going down is very wrong. Except, oh, that's right, because I'm really bad at fighting these things. But yeah, we want to grip cancel these just because they die a lot more easily to being gripped here. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna head right. Head all the way to the right. Wait, you were in the middle of an attack animation. How did you teleport out of that? But this is where we get our upgraded bangles, which is great. And then we go left, and we go left again. We go down from here into the cheese room. Gonna use Serpent Grief to guard break the enemies too. It hits so many times it forces guard break state, which is good. Berserk hits also just cause guard break state on their own because they're that good. We do need to do a little selling. It's 180, not 170. But we're gonna buy the rest of our bracelets here. Now we go all the way to the right, the back corner here. Crack open this box. Get our sun key, which we need to finish the chapter. Also, that route means I don't have a moon key in my inventory, which means I can open this door faster. That's kind of cool. What a good reroute.
Is it just like a different fight?
Yeah, it's a different fight. It's the same number, it's just a different fight. It probably doesn't save much time, but it's an easier fight. So we find Odin down here harvesting crystals. So, you know, being that it's Odin, we kick his butt. That's fine. Juggling with Oswald's basically impossible, so just killing Odin there is just fine. We get aerial dive. Again, jumping attacks are all really bad in this game. So instead, we're just going to get our 4th rank Increase Grip so that we can continue gripping and tearing. Can I say that? Can I say grip and tear? Yo, can someone hit the E1M1, please? Thanks. But Odin respects us enough and takes us into his home because Odin and is like, yo, want to date my daughter? It's like, that's weird and creepy, but sure. He's like, go kill Wagner and get me the ring. He's like, go kill Wagner and I'll let you date my daughter. It's like, this is weird, but okay. Game gets weird. That's right, this is a fish fillet. So we're gonna do more sushi this run. We climb to the top of this room. And our old pal Bugbear shows up.
And it turns out Bugbear is no less complicated on Oswald than any other character.
Bugbear is weak to angry, so we get angry and...
No less complicated. I meant no more complicated. Bugbear is not complicated. Bugbear stands there and lets you hit him. And
Sometimes
be obliged.
Bugbear tries to swing at you, and then you laugh and break his stun threshold so he stops so you don't get hit, because that'd be bad.
It'd be a thing that you might have to deal with at all.
And with all this enhanced power regeneration, well, you know, if Bugbear decides to try to do something, you just grab him and say no, and he stops.
Really appreciated the, like, quick slide hop to the left, grab 2 items off the ground, and are back on the boss within half a second.
Look, you've got a combat farm sometimes, it's cool. Look, I play Monster Hunter, I know how to combat farm. Griffins are very weak to Serpent's Creep, apparently, so we're gonna let it rock. Grabbed the wrong one. That one was already dead, Oswald. Good job. Level 3 material. Take that. Alright, gotta do a little shopping. Nope, I need to sell stuff. I don't have a lot to sell, do I? Perfect. So we don't eat that just yet because we get one more fish fillet before the boss, and then we're gonna jam all the food at one time with a yogurt because we bought a milk. That just whiffed. I keep getting these level 3 materials, that kind of rules. Because we're going to spend them all on a big yogurt in a minute. No, didn't die.
It's awkward when that sequence happens.
Yeah, you think you do enough damage and you don't.
Yep. Of course, we're also back to place with tiny hitbox things that
The fact that only one,
serpent's grave.
the fact that I only missed one ice elemental there was kind of nice.
I saw it when it happened, and I was just like, that's gonna come back to us.
I can't store anymore. Oh, that's fine. Mix with milk and egg and I guess that and that and I do need one of those level 1. I do need to hang on to one of those level 1 cyclones, by the way.
Yes. Do not.
Because I need it for the ending. Cheese and mini fish. Get us a ton of levels here. Make sure we have the juice we need to kill Odin. We have Berserk Gauge, we're good on that. We're level 21, we're good on levels. Last time I did this, I was level 17. What's that?
So there you took like you took like a formula that made yogurt and you added some cyclone potions to it. Does that mean this is frozen yogurt?
Yes!
I like
Basically. Basically ice cream.
I like frozen yogurt.
Same. I'm a fan. So Wagner doesn't teleport or anything, so we're just gonna continuously use Crazed Grip because it does the damage. We also, of note, you cannot throw potions while you're angry. You do not have the hands necessary to grab a potion out of your pack and throw it. Instant crit, nice.
Like hands turn into these like claw things, and that could be part of the reason why like you can't use items in work. I was just like, I'm too angry to throw items, but also like I'm gonna like physically uncork the ocean.
I gotta drink this, but I can't open it. Bites down on the bottle and just eats the glass. That's how you kill Wagner really fast. Cool. Sorry, Wagner. We're gonna skip this cutscene because we don't want to see you die. I think it's time for my favorite chapter in the game. I really enjoy this particular upcoming chapter. We don't really care about power supply. We regenerate so much power as Oswald as it is that power supply is redundant. So we're not going to get it. But yeah, now we're here with Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn's all not having a good day because she's asleep. Because she was given sleeping potions. But of course, Oswald's a good boy and has done nothing to her in her sleep because he actually hasn't. It's really interesting, kind of in the storyline. He's just like, I'm gonna keep her here and protect her and not do anything because that would be uncool. So. Pursue Gwendolyn, who's been kidnapped by somebody from Titania. So now we go into the loop, and we're going to do a lap around a few stages here. Good crit. I never get all of the mages with the first Serpent's Grief there. What a cool Serpent's Grief. This is where we finally get Assault High, deep in Chapter 6. Now we finally have a reason to keep our combos going. This is the key to the final door. We're not going to spend it on anything other than the final door. You can use it earlier. Don't.
Bad idea.
Bad idea. You have to fight like 5 extra fights. You'll feel real sad. Like ultra sad. Like double sad. Like if I use it on that door, I don't get regular sad. I get like multi-sad.
Like thinking like Unreal Tournament voice announcer. Multi-sad.
Look, it's really bad, okay? Also, look at that slowdown. Yo, I'd like to maybe not miss a grip today. That'd be cool. If you could not tell, Oswald's a little slippery in Berserk form. This is the first Marvel vs. Capcom 3, by the way. We're gonna do loops. So this is the Oswald not angry Marvel vs. Capcom 3, where we do lightning loops for a little bit. So if you're a fan of Zero, well, I'm sorry, you're wrong, but hey, it's cool. So, you know. So we do some loops there. Also, we figure out that the wizard's weak spot is the neck, apparently. Do I have gauge? I have gauge. Fantastic. We're going to save the gauge. But this is the door we do need to open. It's also your weak spot? Great. I'm not going to tell you my weak spot because I'm no fool. You'll have to figure it out yourself.
No comment.
No comment. This sorcerer summons bugbears. Yo, I'm gonna hit you with the old fire. I got hit by a bugbear. I had to reset.
Thinking the dog's playing face right now. Also, I appreciate that Oswald has to fight multiple bugbears. None of them are difficult. That said, the wizard, he's a jerk.
So this is the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 with Angry Oswald, where we do some OTG loops now. We whiffed that one though. That's bad. Whiffing is bad. But yeah, we grab this wizard off the ground and throw him to the side.
Healing tonic sure got. You sure showed that.
Yeah, Angry Oswald cannot do that, by the or not Angry Oswald cannot do that, by the way. Cannot OTG. Does not have. Is not Doctor Doom. Is not. You gotta have your level 3 install, otherwise you cannot do the combo. No, come on! He...
That's...
He broke. I broke that. It's fine, because he's gonna teleport 11 times anyway and make me feel okay about this.
Oh, you sure are a frog.
I'm sad because this pace felt really good. I'm not running a timer, but...
It's 4:25. I don't know. Wait.
Screw it, we're killing this guy. No! Come on, hands! Just do the inputs. How hard could it be? I was actually at a meter there because I whiffed the grab. Damn it. If I miss by like 30 seconds or less, I'm gonna be really sad. Alright, need 4 lanterns here to finish. What's that?
You mean like if you miss like the sub
World record. Yeah, like if I miss world record by like a little bit, I'm gonna be really sad.
I don't think we were that on pace.
I don't think we're that on pace, honestly. Like the run's been good though.
It's been good, but I don't think it's been that good.
That good is very hard. All of the record runs that I have are really optimal in a lot of ways, including potions and luck and everything. Like including like things like potion throws and like half juggles and trick things that are hard to do without a ton of practice. Like there's a lot of subtlety. I also don't whiff grips like that usually when I'm on pace, so. But yeah, we try to take advantage of when she's flying close to the ground to get grips off. Because again, juggling is not an option. Like, you saw my juggle move earlier, and it doesn't do a lot of damage and is long. So we're gonna let her do that. Let her flip out into another grip. With the grip and took 100 damage from my troubles. Got whiff punished real bad. And she turns to stone and dies. Sadly. That's actually okay. Oswald's final stage, of course, has rising strings all around. It's pretty cool. But we need 4 lanterns to get out of this area. The door will tell you that you need 4 blue flames. All right. Well, you killed me before, kid, but let's see if you got a chance. Let's see if you could do it twice. We will burn Phozons to not have to deal with that. Because we do not want to get flame pillared again. We'll lose some gauge here, that's fine. Anything to get out of that fight. Resource burns are okay, whatever it takes. Here's where we need that level 1 Cyclone from before, because there's a firewall in our way. So we light all the fires now. Let's see. I do need to do a little bit of alchemy. Six overload. This is a big blaze, right? I have no way to make a fire spirits potion. Huh, that's fine. That's rare. I have found 0 Habaneristos this entire run and did not go out of my way to grab one. So this could be bad. That's actually really awful. We'll have to use Whirlwind. Having Fire Spirits is really good for this fight. This is actually a really slow final fight, so even if I was on pace, this fight's going to ruin it anyhow. Alright. Here we go. First things first, we're going to give him the old Whirlwind treatment. Is thing second is we're gonna crack this overload now. And get angry. It's angry time. Wow, that's actually probably the fastest fight I've had on that particular fight, because again, I'm not using my potions early. I'm using them all on final bosses because it looks cool to blow them all up. But that's Oswald. Yeah, 59:41. Pace felt good though, but an hour's an hour. Hey, cool. Can we take another 5-minute break?
Break sounds good.
We're getting towards the end, at least. We got one more main book, and then I'm going to load a save, so... Probably about an hour and a half out from completion. Might be a little behind 6 hours. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes then. Thank you all for continuing to watch if you're still here. There's a lot going on. Don't feel like I've been playing super well, but I've been playing really well. There's been really good fights and some really bad fights.
Just take my microphone, please.
Have we been pausing the timer for the breaks?
Not previously, so
We'll just let it go then. Go have a nice break.
Alright, I am settling back in. I just need another moment here to settle in. Ah. But good news, the worst part is over. The worst is over now. Ah. Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna get started again.
I'll come back and let us be about it then.
One more time. It's time for the best run. I don't know if this is the best run. I still think Cornelius is the best run, but this one's probably number 2. But we're gonna try and tear through the Velvet Route as fast as we can. Let's do it. Velvet is the princess of a destroyed kingdom. There's Velvet with her boyfriend for a couple of frames.
Her boyfriend, Cornelius.
Before it becomes a bunny. Which is weird and disturbing, so we're not gonna look at it. Velvet's interesting in that she cannot get bracelets until chapter 6. Also, she also starts in the Puka village, because the Puka are her people. She is the only uncursed member of her kingdom. But yeah, this is our first Phozon ability as Dancing Chain. It fires our chain out in a straight line, then it arcs through targets.
It's not especially good.
It gets a little use here and there, but it is greatly outclassed by a skill we get later. But it gets a little use in Chapter 1 at least. And I guess maybe the start of Chapter 2 if I'm feeling spicy. She has a very hard time single combo killing things there. Like, it's oftentimes worth it to go for the Dancing Chain there. You can see that's what it does. Also, Velvet has a very slow air dash. She actually does this. It's actually super slow, and she has no ground movement or air movement speed ups at all.
So we're just gonna be dodge canceling our way, like dodge hopping our way through things.
Yep. We will be dodge hopping the entirety of the Velvet chapter because or the Velvet segment, because we do not have a chance to do anything else. Yeah, we have to kind of do this to go at any speed. That did hit him. Good. But yeah, this is a room that you can clear very fast with Dancing Chain. It just doesn't scale at all is the problem. But you can get if you get all the enemies on the same side, you can chain them all a couple of times and they'll just drop dead. Again, they'll drop dead a second time. They're already dead. They become more dead. They become double dead. That's a thing, right?
Dead, extra dead, super dead.
Ultra dead. Die.
Extra die.
Also, the timing on this is really hard because I'm basically like dodge canceling my swings. So I'm actually doing the dodge jump off of the ground to continue the chain. Okay. As you can see, sometimes I'll miss it, and then I'll do that, where it looks like I'm just sort of spot dodging a bunch. It's bad. It happens. That's why we shine potions, by the way. Just to speed up the end of it. Not so dead. Alright. Yeah. We have fought Odette a bunch. The only reason that Oswald doesn't fight Odette is because he can't. He is contracted to the Lady of Death. This is Flame Pillar, or Fire Pillar. It leaves a... It's expensive. It's a 17 foes on spend, but it lights targets on fire. It's not bad. Level 2, it's actually pretty solid for what it is, so we take it at level 2 and we never level it again. But we're happy to have it. It serves a very specific purpose for us. So we take Heavy Stroke as well, which also gives us knockback, which is okay, I guess.
I appreciate that all that has like a couple different like ways that her basic, even just like her basic combo works based on how you're moving, what direction you push as you're finishing it.
Yep.
Is like, what is it, 2 or 3? Is it 3 or 2 different finishers?
It's 2. One is
Okay.
board and one is neutral, but
And the neutral one's the one that hits behind you.
yeah, the neutral one is the one that's is a overhand swing. Yeah. I need to reset my swing there really fast, so I don't knock them away again, because I don't want to do that anymore.
Of the 5, I think she's my favorite to play.
That's fair. It's a good choice. She's very agile. Her moveset is interesting. We need to checkpoint this room.
Even if a lot of what we'll end up be seeing is later in this chapter when we pick up a certain Phozon Prism.
Yeah, the last one we really care about that's active. But we're gonna go here, and then we're gonna go through this tiny thing in the wall, and then we're gonna hit the get big button, and then we're gonna fight a weird wizard again. Thank you for going backwards, by the way, friend. So you actually are burning. Not a good trade for me because I lose juggle time. Not that Velvet is good at juggling yet. She will be. Oh, she will be.
Just push the gender fluid mushroom back into the fire pillar.
Well, we're gonna set Fire Pillar to down. We don't get a projectile move. That's not Dancing Chain, I guess. And now she's big. They're big. Wait, how are you still in juggle state? Don't answer that. I'm happy that you're still in juggle state, friendo. I'm happy that you found your calling in juggle state for me. I would prefer to not fight you directly and instead just swing at your body as it bounces around the floor. Cool, we gotta make a little jump here because it's a hidden Phozon Prism in this room. So we need to jump up here, jump up here, jump up there.
Yeah,
using
you're like
2 chain dashes.
you're quote unquote supposed. This is also skipping 2 fights by jumping up this way because we're like, it's not. You're not really supposed to be able to jump like that, or like it's certainly not designed around routing the game this way.
Supposed to. Like we do things the way we're supposed to in speedruns.
Like we do things the way we're supposed to in speedruns ever.
Oh,
So
wait,
that was
skipping
actually
two-
a pretty major skip because not only do we get Spiral Drive now, but we also skip 2 fights.
I'm gonna bind Spiral Drive now so I don't forget. Spiral Drive's super important. You'll see why in a moment. Shoot, where am I going from here? Why am I lost? It's up, it's up, it's always up. So we climb up here. So, do you want to move that breaks guards? I got that for you. You want to move that lets you juggle enemies, like, for free? I got that for you. You want to do a ton of damage and generate a ton of hit counter while you do it? Sure.
It's for you.
Yeah, we've got one button now. One button destroys all of our enemies. We're gonna grab this yogurt too, because we need it for. We'll need it. We're gonna have bread and yogurt. It's gonna be rad.
Like Gurren Lagann energy here. We've got like the whole like drill thing going on where we just like
Yeah.
spiral power drill through everything.
Missed the last jump. Bad. But yeah, this move is the most busted move in the game. Like, you saw a lot of Needle Strike for Gwendolyn about 17 hours ago, but now we've unlocked the true power.
else is filler.
What's that?
Everything else he does is filler.
Every other move in the game doesn't matter now.
The little behind the backswing is still pretty cool.
Yeah. Blowback's important on attacks, I find. It makes them feel very powerful. Like, it makes round shot feel really powerful that you get that blowback when you hit it, because it hits things just behind you. Spiral Drive does the same, and it makes it feel very powerful. Here's Mercedes. We're gonna take her for a ride, I guess.
For a ride on the Spiral Drive.
Well, first we're gonna have her dodge the fire, because, whatever. Because that's illegal, but she did it anyway. So the toughest part about playing Velvet, by the way, is getting these off-the-ground pickups a lot of the time, because her regular attack string is really bad for it.
Uh-huh.
So I have to be really smart about the damage I'm doing so I can do that. So my last hit is a upward attack that takes me off of the ground. But you'll see me do the air step there to sort of keep things going a little bit longer with dashes.
We have
She
like
wants
this
to heal.
already dead elf in our combo there. That does in fact continue to increase our chain gauge until that poor elf's dead body drops to the ground.
That stuns on block. Thanks, game. See how hard? Like, that is a very hard juggle pickup off of... You basically can't pick up off of drill. Like, I can't pick up off of that swing. Like, it has to be the like, I missed that time, that one a little bit.
Do your uppercut, and then you can start really going ham with the Spiral Drive.
However, juggling off of Flame Pillar is super, super free.
It's
One of the few things that's free in this game. Because it lifts them straight up when their stun threshold breaks. Cool, here's Assault High. Assault High rules. It does tremendous amounts of damage and we love it. Hi friend.
We like chain gauge. So we're good at generating it. We're good at doing more damage because we have it.
Oh yeah, and if I am playing well, like there are fights at which I can get the chain gauge really going. That egg to this yogurt.
I want to say that like 100 chain is about 50% extra damage. Is that about right?
I think it's 10, 20, 30 depending on the level that I'm at, but
Okay. Per 100.
Yeah, per hundo.
Bread and yogurt.
Yeah, that's a actually good combination. So we slam the bread and the yogurt together. You can tell I'm playing bad today because I haven't gotten a single frame perfect chapter start with no audio. If you hit it on the first frame, there's no audio.
Things you think about.
What? What staring contest saves 2 frames, that's important. Right, first framing my entry into stages saves about 2 frames, it's fine. So there's a bunch of keys in this stage. You need none of them with Velvet.
Yeah. They're just kind of there for like optional side content after like introducing you to, like, I think Oswald's the first character that even has, right? Or at least like has like non-linear levels.
Yeah, Oswald's levels are very circuitous compared to a lot of the others. It's not the only one, but he's the first one with literally a lot of different possibilities.
Yeah, like different things to use the same key on. Is what I'm
Like,
thinking about.
yeah.
Like different ways you can go depending on where you spend your key.
I wasn't sure if it was juggling me attack. It was in juggle state or attacking. It was attacking.
Oh. It looks like juggle state needs to be fair.
I didn't get the dash attack. I almost got the dash attack. That would have been very sad. Basically, the Unicorn Knight, when it charges up like that, it does a dash that takes it around the screen multiple times.
Yeah, it's more than a little annoying.
It is definitely a thing I've seen in a marathon run of this particular route, so... Like, the one time I saw it, of course, was in a marathon run, because... I need this milk for later. I need this for later. I treat the Valkyries with enough the Valkyrie leaders with enough respect that I try to air juggle them, because they do get a little out of hand if you don't kill them fast. And they're hard to kill fast. They have a lot of health.
Evidenced by the fact that you've like spiral drive that one like 4 times and it's still alive.
Also because, like, Spiral Drive doesn't technically take them off of the ground if they're in grounded state. And when an enemy's in grounded state, you can still hit them, but it does half damage.
State being the like currently is knocked to the ground.
Yep, laying down on the ground. There are ways to bounce enemies up off the ground, but we don't have anything that actually breaks the grounded state like we were doing with Oswald in particular, who loves breaking the grounded state. Hi, Brigand. Can you please do the right attack the first time? I would like to get fast Brigand at least once today. No, that's wrong. He did it. Second try.
Whatever.
Now we'll light him on fire. I'm gonna dodge through that because it can stun us and therefore break our armor state. There's a backup blaze potion for Frostband later. But yeah, look at Spiral Drive just rip chunks out of the health bar. It's amazing.
Satisfying.
I mean, look, anytime I can push one button and do 25% of an enemy's damage, it makes me feel good. I do want to get that extra Blaze Potion. I was hoping to get some of those Phozons, but the Blaze Potion's a little more important here. Cool, we have a lot of fire now. There are some abilities that synergize with fire, like Burn Enhancement, which makes fire do more damage. Well, it's not very useful. Please give me Drive 3, thank you. Drive 3 increases the knockback ability. It's how I'm used to juggling with the ability. The Sharp Edge does extra damage with your normal swings by up to 20% if they get hit by the chain or the crystal. The crystal does more damage. And then Backstab is Backstab. We like hitting people in the back for immense amounts of bonus damage. Much like in every other game we've ever played, like stab them in the back, not the front. By the way, Dancing Chain is excellent in this room in particular because these have 1 hit point. So you just touch them and they die. Why traverse the screen with Spiral Drive and have to walk all the way back when you can just give them the projectile that you have? The closest thing you get to a projectile attack, at least. Taking the left exit there saves us a fight. Hey, it's Bugbear.
Say goodbye, Bugbear.
Goodbye, Bugbear. I didn't want to get frozen there.
We can get very frozen.
That's bad. We need to... We need to keep the line moving here. Ooh, that was good. Oof. Don't want to get caught by those large ice elementals. They do a bunch of damage and freeze you. Both of which are bad.
There was like that little, them sweeping up behind you and it's just like, doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
I mean, I did good on that fight. I had to admit.
It was a real good fight, but like, it was just like a little scary at the end, just like.
Hey, I didn't whip any of my blaze potions on Frostbend today. But yeah, that fight got real dicey at the end.
And that's what a well-executed fight looks like, where it's like, you have a thin margin and you don't drop it. Thanks for turning your nose back around into the fire, Frostbite. Are we gonna use our second blaze potion on this?
We sure are.
Am I surprised? No.
This fight, I have died on this fight on runs before.
Yeah.
Velvet does not have a perfect time with this fight, honestly.
Yeah, Spiral Drive not really like pushing it with you is always kind of like, you're not really playing, like the character isn't really performing at their full potential when you kind of use your signature attack and it doesn't really have its full effect.
I mean, it kind of does, but I have to like be far away to hit it. Like, I have to be here to get most of the damage out of it. That fight is always very make or break on my runs, and I have a really bad split in my PB here. So every time I try to do Velvet runs, I am like 25 seconds ahead on that fight. That fight alone is why I say one day I will break my record on Velvet in particular, more than any other character, but like... Oh, you're all together. That's good. Alright, that actually looked really slick. Doing an air catch turnaround there on the Griffin off the fire pillar. Sure, we'll take that.
Cool.
I mean, looking cool is like the most important bit. But we're gonna hit another big yogurt here. Wait, am I supposed to yogurt in chapter 5 and not 4? This could be bad. It's fine. I will fix it. I think I had a second milk anyway. I think you get 2 from the box in chapter 3 if I remember correctly.
You do, don't you?
Yeah, my inventory management, everybody. Hi, Wagner. Would you like to get poisoned? Would you like to drop not healing tonics? And we go up. And we come down. Alright. Not half bad. Whew. That fight is obviously, as you can see, her inputs to do that, by the way, in the default setup, which is actually a pretty good setup for me, honestly, which is you tap square 3 times, and then you very quickly tap L1 and X in very quick succession during the 3rd swing, and then stop, rinse, and repeat. So it's 3 in the air, 3 on the ground, and then use L1 and X to tap dodge there. We are going to equip a piece of equipment here. We're going to grab that. We're going to equip a luck stone. So Odin took away our chain because Odin's a jerk. We hate him. Odin's actually our dad, by the way. You learn that information as well. It doesn't make him any less of a jerk, but he's like everybody's dad. He's doing his best Zeus impression in this game, clearly.
He really is.
He's a jerk no one likes and is everybody's dad. Gives new meaning to the term All-Father.
I had not thought of that pun before, admittedly.
I've been saving that one for a rainy day. Alright, we're gonna go up. Now it is time to get lucky. We have 2 fights with bears, and bears have a chance of dropping fish in Chapter 5. This, of course, is the only time that you can get fish from bears. What? What a good interaction. I'm supposed to be completely invincible and destroy the world when I'm drilling. Thank you very much. How dare you? How dare you kill me? How dare you interrupt what I'm doing?
Maybe they'll give you a fish for your trouble.
No, didn't he? Yeah, gave me a seed because bad.
I got excited
Oh, hey,
when I found the box.
There was one. Got one. I'm gonna grab 2 more fish to just even out the experience here, in case I don't get drops. Like, I only need like 2 drops to make it a-okay to not buy fish, but every little bit of experience at this point is super helpful. Fruit? Who wants fruit? I want fish. But I'm glad I bought them because this was a very bad drops run, apparently. The most I've ever gotten is 6, by the way. Cool, I didn't miss a flame pillar today, that's good. Stop dodging. So we get a shrimp there. So now what we're gonna do is we have this, we have this, we have this, we have not a lot else. Huh. Well, that's okay. Maybe I should have saved the egg for this chapter for level 5, but that's okay. Or save the grapes for level 5. It's fine. Not worried about it. Velvet's the only character with a chance to juggle this boss, so we're gonna try. But Manticore is really, really hard to juggle because Manticore is super light. Like, more so than any other boss, Manticore just gets out of control because the body just bounces everywhere when you hit it. So, like, regular swing after Spiral Drive doesn't work. So you have to... So you basically have to get, you see that where you get under the hitbox so that you're hitting it from below so you're not getting stuck on the hitbox is kind of what you need to do to maintain that juggle. The timing is kind of precise though because of how Manticore falls out. But by doing that you can maintain your chain longer, which of course speeds up a otherwise immensely slow fight. Yo, so Dad was a jerk to us earlier, let's punch him in the face. good news is that Odin is actually super easy to juggle. Like, there's not a lot of trickery to it. It is just 1, 2, 3, 4 dash. You do 1, 2, 3 dash when you want to let him drop a little bit so that you don't lose your juggle state to the ceiling, because you will lose your juggle state to the ceiling, and that's unfortunate if it happens. So, when you break the chain by hitting Odin while he's holding the orb, the Odin sphere will bounce around the stage. You have to be very careful, because it hurts a lot. Trying to be a little precise here so I don't have to deal with the ceiling or a Odin reset. They're gonna kill Odin in the trees. Never knew it hit him. Literally, couldn't see me. Oh, Volcano Potion, why? Also, you have a twin brother who is kind of a jerk as well. Twin brother's cursed in a different way.
I wasn't cursed at all.
Yeah, no, he's cursed. Your twin brother is super cursed. Your twin brother is the final boss of Chapter 7 for Velvet.
Well, yeah, I knew that happened, but
Yeah, it's because he's like...
I thought he wasn't cursed yet.
No, he's like ultra cursed. He's like been cursed the
Okay.
entire time.
Okay.
Like he's like ultra turbo cursed champion edition. Like that's how cursed he is. But yeah, we'll get 2 levels here and then we'll get level 27 real quick in Chapter 6 and we'll get 28 afterwards. Man, how am I doing on time, by the way?
It is currently 5:23.
Oof.
I mean, that's counting, like, we haven't paused it for any breaks or anything, so...
Yeah. So Murhai said these knights are really lightweight. Velvet has a really good time fighting them. Can't believe I went for a slide break there instead of just destroying him. What am I thinking? Just destroy the enemy, it's fine. They... Dang it. Got hit by one of the falling swords. Cool. Our reward for this fight is, after so long, a Marsbangle, which now opens up our ability to buy them in shops. Hey, look, it's a shop. Goodness me. We did it. We do need to sell a ton of stuff, though. I kind of forget that I have no money at this point, because I spend all of it. So we sell all of these seeds from our inventory for 350 gold. You want enough seeds to start a colony? Well, that's cool. And now I do silly, ridiculous damage. It's kind of nice finally having bracelets after all of this time in this run, because we go from doing like mediocre damage to, oh yeah, by the way, you want to one-shot everything with drill, because you now one-shot everything with drill. You thought you were powerful before, well, friend. So we're gonna group these a little better by dashing through them and then killing them all at one time. Just ridiculously ending them. Maybe not getting those bosons was bad. Am I 175? I'm 146. Not even close. Okay, that's fine. This is Drop Shell. Drop Shell's a cool ability. It creates a small explosion when you step dodge. It of course is terrible. Like, it's actually not a good ability, sadly. Because you have to activate it, you have to actually, like, turn it on, which costs points and has a limited duration. It's not just when you dodge, set a bomb, because that would be super good. You can see, look at them go straight up the pillar there. Setting up the air juggle on the Axe Knight here so that we can continue taking it wherever I want to go. Which I guess is back to the ground, because, you know. Okay. Get our last cocoa here. We're gonna eat them all.
Chocolate. Do we have yogurt for this one?
No, this one doesn't ever get yogurt. Like, yogurt's better spent on the 19 fish that I eat earlier.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright. Who wants to punch one more wizard? Oof, my movement is not good. Okay, gotta get rid of that big pile of hit points first. So now that the big sack of hit points is down. I don't want to get frozen. No, come on! I need that! There we go. That was bad. I got selfish. I got a little greedy there, trying to hit that low juggle instead of trying to go for a standard juggle there. I need that Fire Spirits incredibly badly, by the way. Since we only need one more set of hits anyway, getting a fall out there is fine. So I'm not too worried about it. The Fire Spirits is too important for the last boss here. It gives me a backup plan in case I don't remember if I have Hop and Restos or not. I have like no potions. This run's been so dry. Part of it is I didn't have Gourmet, which kind of stinks. Or I did have it. Okay, never mind. We're good. Never mind. I'm fine. Alright. Last chapter of the last book. Have fun with fast airship, maybe. Like, there's a lot of things that can go very wrong here. All of them are great. Never had anything go wrong in this chapter. This is the chapter, by the way, with the boss that I would expected to have died to today. Which is trying to do fast airship on a decent run.
Fast airship goes back to what I was saying earlier about how you're just letting that flamethrower hit you,
And it does a lot of damage in Chapter 7.
Turns out.
Like, wow, moves in the last area of the game do a lot of damage. There is a way to destroy the flamethrower, though.
Also, hi, I'm back.
Hi, you're back in time for the Velvet finale.
That's the best part. How have the runs been going?
Oswald felt pretty good, even though it was like 3 minutes off pace. I died on Mercedes, and Cornelius was okay. Oswald's the run I probably feel the best about today, and Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn I felt really good about, but... You know, varying levels of varying levels of things going wrong. That Valkyrie leader just deciding it's like, oh, I see that you're going to pull a special out of your bag. I'm gonna just dodge. Is that cool? No, it is not cool. Dodging is not cool.
Look, stand still and let me smack you with my chain crystal what are Velvet's weapons?
What are even this? They're called the Cypher Chains. I mean, they're thanks, I guess. Now's not the time to be stunned, I guess, but we'll take it, because, you know, game is fair and good. Is that allowed? We are allowed to question Velvet.
I mean, we might not be allowed to question Velvet, but I'm sure going to question Odin's Sphere.
That is a man who loves his orb. Odin's just Super Mario World speedrunner.
Checks out. Cursed loves orb. I'll play an SMW runner.
Cursed and loves orb. Alright, we're gonna take this first key back to this door, open this door. Also, I haven't done any alchemy yet. We'll show you why in a minute. We need to fight this room, sadly. It is full of Valkyries who try to block and fail so miserably. Also subtle sound design, by the way. If you play this enough, when you get a lethal hit on a target, the sound is different. So you know when you've killed something.
Is that true for all characters or just Velvet?
Nope, all characters. It is a mechanic of the audio in the game, is that hits that kill have a different sound. It's hard to tell a lot of the time. But you can tell that when I know that I haven't killed something is because of is not necessarily because I can see it, although it doesn't fade out of the minimap like it normally would, but it's from the audio cue.
Mm-hmm.
No, Odin only does all castles. He's not very good though. Wait, why are you still alive?
Odin tried to run 96 exit once, but it just did not go well.
Odin was very bad at Star World. He wondered why it didn't revolve around him.
Odin is not super player.
Alright, here's the airship. Heaven help us all. Good news, Velvet absolutely tears apart airship.
Part of the reason fast airship is a thing. It's a very scary thing, but it's a thing.
Second, you have to hit that with a volcano potion in particular. Need you to die, please, so that that'll turn off the flamethrower. No, don't hit me. That'd be bad. That stuns. The lightning stuns, by the way, and can kill you pretty easily as well. 129 is not fast airship. That would be slow airship. Fast airship takes under a minute, interestingly. Cool, let's do some alchemy.
Did we get all our level 9 potions?
Well, I got the healing tonic, at least. We didn't get the other, but that's why I grabbed the flame spirits for backup.
Okay.
Like, I grabbed some backups along the way. I was prepared for this particular issue. I don't think I can push out to level 8 without using up something I really want to use up. It's fine. Yeah, I grabbed backups, so it's fine. So I need the red key door here, which is over here on the other side. That was very slow, by the way, just alchemy-wise and fight-wise. And of course, I grabbed the blue key, which you can't avoid getting. So you have to remember to switch your menu really quick. Last rest area, 2 fight rooms and a boss. Last room. That Valkyrie leader also ran into the flame pillar. Good job, Valkyrie leaders. I like getting free damage. It's good. Cool. We're done. One last boss fight against your cursed brother, who is turbo cursed. See,
この騒ぎはお前の仕業か、イングベイ。
よく俺がバカてると見破れたな。
我が軍には柱の陰に立つ者などおらぬよ。
それは失敗だった。でも奥の手を出さずに片付くとは最初から俺も思ってはいないさ。
奥の手？
イングベイ。
ベルベットではないか。
cool. This is what happens when you use the super cursed power.
Don't use the curse power.
Do not.
Use the curse power.
I'm using the curse. Don't do it. Don't you do it. I'm doing it.
Way. Why'd you do it?
Look, some days we just make choices.
So what's interesting about this boss, it has 3 different hitboxes, and big AoE thingies that hit each of them do the damage each time to the same hit point bar. So that whirlwind is basically doing triple damage.
Yeah, everything is doing so much more. Like, these flame spirits do so much work on this fight. Oh, did he do an attack? I know it ran away. I don't usually see that one. Yeah, it did. Okay. Alright, cool.
Ran away and burned to death.
So I was going to showcase the extra fights, but my hand hurts, and it's 7 o'clock. So I am going to not do the extra fights, sadly, as much fun as I have with them. Because I would prefer to go get dinner and keep my hand intact, because this has been very stressful.
It turns out, like, doing 6 hours of no input break
Hardcore speedrunning is a little much.
speedrunning of a beat 'em uppy type game
Yeah.
is a lot.
Yeah.
Please take care of your hands, love.
I have been. It's just I am a little, again, this is a little tough. A lot of fun, but a little tough.
Yeah. Well, we have one final thing we must do before we leave, though.
Yeah, there is one last thing we have to do before we go. Gotta pet the cat. If I don't pet the cat, everything is bad in the world. But yeah, it's been about 6 hours. Like, all those runs were very well within the realm of reality. In terms of going pretty darn fast, but,
Well, this was great. I know how much you love these games, Demi, and thank you. Or this game. I mean, these characters. Along with that. Thank you so much for showing this off for us today, and bringing along your friends to join us. Although I do have to say, Leggy and Sil are both veterans of Fastest Furs marathons, and what do we got to do to get you into one of our marathons, Demi? We got another one coming up in a few months.
God, I don't know if I have anything submittable. I gotta think about it. Like, the problem with Odin Sphere is I'd want it to be, like, I'd sharpen precisely one character to, like, a fine edge and just submit one character. But, like, otherwise, I don't know. I don't have a lot that's in practice at the moment. I haven't been doing a ton of speedrunning. It's mostly been Mahjong, I'm not gonna lie. I guess I've done some speedruns, I guess, but it's mostly been Mahjong.
He's
That's
really
totally
good
fair.
at Mahjong.
You could do a
someone
mahjong,
to the Shadow Realm.
you could do a mahjong showcase for us. That might be fun.
That might be interesting. I mean, I already do that on my
Sounds pretty
stream.
good.
Yeah, I've got highlights. I could just cut them out. It might work. Oof.
It's just a thought. Don't let me peer pressure you too badly.
I mean,
I
that's
just
not a bad thought. It's not a bad thought, actually.
well, we would love to have it, and for everybody again, just so you're all aware, we are accepting marathon submissions. We're accepting speedruns. We are accepting anything else that you want to submit to us, whether it's video game showcases, DJ sets, panel ideas. If you look back at the VODs for our last marathon, you can see we had all of those things as part of the event. So anything that you think is really cool that you want to show off for a good cause, there is a way that you can submit it to us. The submissions are going to be open for another 4 weeks. They close on April 4th, and then the marathon itself is May 20th through 23rd. And yeah, we've got a few more weeks of showcases before then. We'll probably start showcasing some of our backup runs as well once the marathon gets a little bit closer. That's another, kind of fun thing that we like to do. So even if you don't get into the main marathon, we still want to show off your game. We want to be able to include you and make sure that you get some airtime and some recognition. So use the command !marathon to get all of the info, as well as a link to join our Discord. And yeah, I think that is going to do it for our showcase today. I'm looking for a raid target. I'm going to let you go ahead and wrap up with any other thoughts that you had, Demerine, and then we will go ahead and get everybody sent off somewhere cool.
Of course, thank you, Sil, for hanging out for the entire time, and Leggy for popping in and popping out and popping in, because, thank you both for being here, as always. I know Sil has co-piloted most of, if not all of, my Odin Sphere runs at this point. So, always lovely to have you, because you're wonderful. You're both wonderful. Of course, thanks to the RPG Valkyries, my team. They're wonderful as well. Sil's a member. They're fantastic. We do our thing. HK's Collective, also cool. My fiance, Amatrine, who is right behind me. You cannot see because I don't have a camera on. She's a part of. Stella's a part of. They're really cool too. You should go check them out. HK's Collective. And of course,
they're also doing marathon submissions right now, aren't they?
They are, in fact,
Yep,
doing
yep.
marathon submissions right now. So you should go head on over to their Twitch and or Discord and get in on that as well. They do some really non-standard stuff. So if you got a run that you want for a marathon that, like, marathons go, yo, that's real unsafe, we're never going to let that in. You know, maybe talk to the Edge Case Collective. They like that kind of stuff.
We want it, please.
They want it bad. They're like, bring it on. Is this unsafe? Will you die? Cool, let's do it.
Yeah, and submissions are open for just a little over 1 more week, so get them in while they're hot.
Yeah, I have affectionately described the Edge Case marathons as avant-garde speedrunning, and I absolutely think it's incredible what you all are doing, and it's maybe stretching the boundaries of what we kind of consider traditional speedrunning marathon content, and the kind of stuff that people are passionate about and want to show off. They should have a platform for that. So,
Aw, shucks.
Yep. Also, play Free Enterprise. Free Enterprise, we're starting our next event in a couple of days. Oh god, this week. After
gosh.
the weekend. Like, it's almost time. We're starting like on Monday or Tuesday or something.
Oh my gosh, that's like
that's
2
like
days from now.
time's not real, but that's like 2 days from now. Yeah, ff4fe.com. Come hang out. It's gonna be a lot of fun. At least 10 weeks of some of the best randomizer play that you will have ever seen in your life. So you should do that. And me playing too.
It's looking like 11. I think we're gonna get an extra round.
We're gonna get the extra round. That's it. And you can watch me play too. Not the greatest player for Enterprise of all time, but theoretically almost better than Moonblaze Wolf.
I mean, Silverfire beat me last event pretty handily, so
Silverfire are different people.
Well, but the two of you combined have beaten me and a
Different
counterpart who shall not be named before too. So it's just that's the great thing about randomizers. You never know what you're
funny
gonna get.
You're like the 4th person who said that their performance against either Sill or I will also predict your ability to play against the other one of the pair. So,
I mean, I don't want to face either of you for what it's worth, for a variety of reasons, but mostly because I know that any of you are perfectly capable of beating me, and also because I don't like racing against friends, because somebody has to lose, and that's not fun.
I love racing against friends.
Just race against me instead. You'll have a cakewalk. It'll be fine.
See, I love racing against friends because I love the trash talk involved because it's always super cool and friendly. But yeah.
That's fair. That is fair. It just depends on your attitude. So, but yeah, we'll see what happens. That's starting on Tuesday, like you said, and yeah, I'm sure there will be a lot of us. I think there's actually some other furries, members of the Fastest Furs, who are going to hopefully be a part of the event this time as well. So, should see plenty of familiar faces. But yeah, I think for today we're going to head on over to another familiar face, actually from last week's showcase. Yoshi Chief, who did the entire Resident Evil Classic Trilogy, is doing their 500 follower special stream. So we're going to head on over there. Very cool streamer, good content, very, very neat speedruns and other stuff. So go ahead and make sure that you give him a follow while you are there. We will actually be back on Wednesday. We're going to have a Zelda Link to the Past randomizer showcase with Voltalion, who is graduating from musician in the last marathon to now is doing speedruns on our channel. So really looking forward to that on Wednesday, and then we'll have another community day next weekend as well. So we haven't decided quite what game it's going to be yet, but if you want to play games on stream with some of the Fastest Furs, you can come by and check that out next Saturday. So that is the plan. Thank you, Demi. Thank you, Sil. Thank you, Leggy. Thank you, Focus, earlier as well. Focus mainly ran the showcase today. I'm just here kind of on cleanup duty, and Focus deserves a lot of the credit today for helping get this showcase off the ground and getting everything up and running this morning. So thank you again, everybody. We will see you next time. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and take care. Bye-bye now.